Chapter 977. As the sun completely rose from the horizon, André finally ordered the army to march straight to Count Karl's territory. In order to get rid of Duke Wyan once and for all, he only left a small number of barbarians to guard the fortress. The rest of the barbarians were out in full force, especially the fast cavalry. They had all been spread out like a net to filter out the spies hidden in the surroundings. Because the speed of the march was not fast, they had only traveled 60 kilometers by the time it was dark. There was still less than half of the journey to their destination, which meant that the original plan to solve the problem within 3 days had failed. He did not have any extra troops to bring back to Lincoln City to fulfill the private battle with the Brest family. Perhaps the purpose of Loretta Botons was to see André fight alone so that the identity of the Flaming Duke would be completely exposed to everyone. If this was true, then he had undoubtedly succeeded because there was only 1 day left. Even if he turned around now, there was no way to rush back to Lincoln City. André sighed helplessly as he stared at the flickering bonfire in the tent. "All right, my dear opponent. No matter what, you've won this round. But it won't be so easy next time," he muttered to himself. "Sir, what are you muttering about? Who won you?" Gloria, who was also sitting next to the bonfire, asked softly. Although Uras suggested to let her stay in the fortress and wait for news, this woman insisted on taking her daughter with her to follow the army. "No, nothing." André smiled and shook his head. "Madam, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I'm afraid I can't continue to move forward with you." Gloria was obviously shocked by this sentence. She almost threw the barbecued meat in her hand to the ground. "What's the matter? Are you going to withdraw the army?" "No, you misunderstood. The army will still attack Duke Wyan according to the original plan. I'm the only one who will leave. As for the command, I have given full authority to Uras. If you have any questions, you can directly communicate with him." As he spoke, André turned his gaze to Uras, who was looking at the map. Uras knew the ins and outs of the entire situation. He hurriedly asked with concern, "My lord, are you sure you don't want to bring some troops back? Our cavalry can make it back to Lincoln City within a day." André waved his hand. "There's no need. Since someone wants to see me make a fool of myself, then I'll let them have their fill. I'll let everyone know that I'm an endless army." When he said the last word, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Uras had never seen anyone who dared to arrogantly claim that they were an endless army. He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. Gloria was also confused. She scanned the faces of the two men back and forth, trying to find some clues. But it was a pity that before she could figure out anything, André extended his hands and made a series of complicated gestures in the air. Shortly after, a mysterious spell echoed in the tent. In less than a minute, he passed through the teleportation portal and disappeared without a trace. "Ah!" The noblewoman who saw the teleportation spell for the first time screamed in panic. Don't think it was strange. As a level 5 arcane spell, the teleportation spell could be regarded as an out-and-out high-level spell. In the entire southern region, there were only a few who could cast it with their own strength. Not to mention the bumpkins who lived in the inland, even the coastal cities were rare. Feeling his body being squashed and forcefully squeezing through the gap in space, André only felt his vision blur and immediately appeared in the teleportation portal of the Association of Mages Tower. He had no intention of stopping. He quickly walked through the corridor and came to President Boris's room. He knocked hard on the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Master, are you there? I need your help with something." After a few seconds, a strong and powerful voice came from inside. "Come in. The door's not locked." André did not say anything and immediately opened the door. He saw the president carefully dripping a few drops of vampire blood full of negative energy onto the heart of a goblin whose stomach had been cut open. In the blink of an eye, a foul stench came from the lower half of the unlucky goblin's body. The terrifying negative energy corroded the heart in a very short period of time. The intense pain made it lose control of all parts of its body, and for a moment it actually defecated. But the great mage Boris, who was in a state of concentration, automatically filtered this out. He opened his eyes wide and observed the changes in the life form. Soon, the entire heart began to rapidly age and die. Then, the blood turned black and smelled bad, flowing through the circulatory system throughout the body. The goblin that was supposed to be dead suddenly struggled violently, letting out waves of painful cries. Finally, it exploded with a bang. All kinds of disgusting blood, minced meat, bones, organs, brains, and even excrement from the incontinence just now splattered in all directions. There was no hesitation. Andrei directly cast a shield spell on himself, firmly blocking these disgusting things outside. He would rather fight a battle of wits and courage with Loretta Botons than come into contact with them. As for Boris, he was obviously prepared. Neither the impact of the explosion nor the mess of filth had any effect on him. Smelling the stench and blood that filled the room, he sighed helplessly and complained softly, "Damn it! Failed again. And it's a problem with the stabilizer again. I have to find a way to make it more peaceful." "Great mage, may I ask, were you trying to turn goblins into undead creatures with intelligence just now?" Andrei asked curiously. "That's right. Ever since I obtained that vampire, I have been experimenting with his blood. I want to make up for some of the weaknesses of vampires, but it's not easy. I've already failed more than 30 times in 2 days. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. You seem to have mentioned that you need my help? Tell me, what kind of trouble have you encountered this time?" President Boris asked as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rags, brooms, and buckets in the corner of the room came to life, cleaning up every corner at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that he must have cast a spell on these cleaning tools to activate items. "Great mage, I hope that you can help me cast a two-way interplanar teleportation portal on me." Andrei did not intend to be polite at all. He directly stated his request, even though he himself knew that this request was rather excessive. After all, it involved interplanar teleportation, and would require at least level 7 magic to do it. Chapter 978. A permanent two-way interplanar portal? President Boris was stunned by this whimsical idea. His mouth was wide open, and he could not recover from the shock for a long time. In his life, he had seen constant teleportation spells, protection spells, buff spells, and mutual destruction spells, but he had never heard of a two-way teleportation portal being permanently attached to one's body. This was not because of the technical difficulty or the high requirements for the spellcaster, but because there was a problem with the idea. What was an interplanar portal? It was a superb spatial folding technology. It was used to travel the longest distance at the fastest speed to reach the destination. Apart from that, it had no other purpose. If a person permanently attached a portal to themselves, they could at most walk out of the portal in human form. They would even have to think of another way to perform interplanar teleportation. As an archmage, Boris really did not understand the meaning of this. If it was not too rude, he would have reached out and touched the forehead of the young man in front of him to see if he had a fever. Andrei was not a fool. He could read the meaning in the other party's eyes and hurriedly explained, "Master, what I want is a permanent portal to the fire elemental plane." "Fire elemental plane? I understand. You want to summon an army of fire elementals at any time, anywhere." President Boris had a look of sudden realization on his face. He knew of Andrei's other identity, and he also understood the Flaming Duke's ability to control most fire elementals. If a portal was permanently attached to one's body, it would be equivalent to bringing along a large army of fire elementals at any time. What did an army of fire elementals mean in Auraire? It meant that once the number of fire elementals exceeded 1,000, there would be no army that could stop them. This was because whether it was swords or long-range weapons, it would be difficult to cause any harm to fire elementals whose bodies were covered in flames of over 1,000 degrees. Once a large number of fire elementals poured into a human settlement, the entire area would turn into a sea of fire. As the saying went, unless you had enough water, it was too difficult to kill a fire elemental. Yes, I want to become a one-man army, a true flaming duke. After saying that, Andrei passed a few parchments filled with the common language to the great wizard. I know that level 7 arcana spells are extremely difficult to conserve, so I found a relatively convenient method. That is, a magical tattoo. Boris took a look at it and said excitedly, "Interesting? How interesting! Using tattoos to store the spell structure on the surface of the skin, and then instantly release it when needed. After using it, it can be recharged repeatedly. It's simply more convenient than magical items. But it also has a shortcoming. Every tattoo requires a very large piece of skin. Take the human body as an example, you can only tattoo 3 at most. Otherwise, if the tattoos are too close together, they will affect each other." Andrei calmly pointed out the only shortcoming of the magic tattoo. In fact, nothing in the world was perfect. The more powerful something was, the more restrictions it had. Take the magic tattoo for example. Normally, only large areas of skin such as the chest and back could barely be used to tattoo 2 level 6 spells. If you wanted to tattoo a level 7 spell, you would need to cover the entire chest and back. If you wanted a second one, you would have to shave your head and tattoo it all the way from the shoulder to the neck. When that time came, your entire face and head would look incomparably ferocious. As a human with normal aesthetic standards, Andrei was not so crazy as to rely on disfigurement to increase his strength. Thus, he had been thinking about the tattoo technique ever since he obtained it, and only today did he finally make up his mind. "Young man, you don't understand the origin of the magic tattoo. Its original inventor wanted to reduce the huge cost of spell constancy, so this technology had a very wide range and applicability. Especially for those low-level mages, it is equivalent to having an additional means of survival. It can greatly increase their chances of survival in the face of danger. With your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to understand how great of an effect it would have on the Linton City Mage Association once this technique was popularized, right?" At this point, President Boris's eyes flashed with a strange light. Andrei shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Of course, I understand its value. That's why I brought it here to discuss with you. Actually, I don't mind handing over the ownership of this technique to the association. I just want to complete the magic tattoo of the two-way portal before dawn tomorrow. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Hearing this, President Boris immediately laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha! Good. I admire your attitude towards knowledge and technology the most. Ever since the third decline of magic, many selfish mages have hidden all sorts of rare techniques away. They would rather bury themselves than share them with their peers. Not only has this led to the loss of precious arcane and magical knowledge, it has also led to the decline of the mages generation after generation. Now we can't even contend against the churches of the gods. If we want to rise again, we must abandon our previous attitude of keeping things to ourselves, and use a generous attitude to support the spread of knowledge. However, this support comes with a price. Thus, no matter who wants to use the magic tattoo in the future, they will have to pay 5 times the amount of the spell's level. The association will take 1/3 of this money, and the remaining 2/3 will belong to you. What do you think?" Seeing that the Archmage was determined to popularize the tattoo storage technique on a large scale, Andrei smiled and spread his hands. "No problem. You know how much money I have now, and I will have more in the future. Money is just a string of numbers to me. It doesn't have much meaning." "Yes, I know you are rich. With the rapid expansion of the trade union's influence, the entire Southern Sea will become your lake sooner or later. When that time comes, you will control the economic lifeline of countless coastal cities, and at the same time, you will control the lives of millions of people. However, you still have to be paid. It doesn't just represent a reward, but also an attitude. An attitude that encourages everyone to share knowledge and technology. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and take off your clothes. There are less than 10 hours until dawn. It won't be easy to complete a grade 7 magic tattoo. We have to hurry. Having said that, Master Boris raised his hand and summoned a dozen palm-sized pico-goblins from the arcane garden of the wizard tower. As drawing complex magical patterns on the skin required very fine craftsmanship, he couldn't do it alone. He could only leave it to these little fellows to complete. Chapter 979. Early in the morning, as the first ray of sunlight rose from the sea, the residents of Linton City welcomed a new day. However, today was different from the past. When the city gates opened, a large group of people swarmed out of the city. In just a few minutes, they had occupied the higher ground outside the city. They carried picnic baskets and laid them out on the ground with beautiful floral cloth. They drank tea, wine, fruit juices, and other beverages while eating delicious snacks, silently waiting for the arrival of the two main characters. That's right. These nobles and merchants living in the city were all here to watch the battle between André and the Brest family. To them, who were lacking in mental energy, this was a rare form of entertainment. Black Lily Bonnie, who controlled the entire gambling industry in the city, had even offered a ridiculous payout of 1-to-1 for André and 1-to-100 for the Brest family. It was obvious that she wanted to make a fortune out of it. Even though anyone with half a brain could see the problem with this payout rate, it was just like a saying in Das Kapital. If there was a profit of 50%, it would take risk. If there was a profit of 100%, it would dare to trample on all the laws of the world. If there was a profit of 300%, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. Clearly, a profit of 3,000% was definitely enough for some adventurous people to take a gamble. In just 2.5 days, Black Lily Bonnie had received nearly 100,000 gold coins as bet. If André were to lose, she wouldn't be able to pay that much even if she were to sell herself. Even though Bonnie was very confident in her lover, she couldn't help but draw in a cold breath after hearing the report from her subordinate. She had been so nervous that she hadn't slept the entire night. As soon as the city gates opened today, she had brought Man Scarface and Benson out of the city. Her eyes had been looking around the entire time. Even though she was wearing an expensive corset dress, it didn't reflect the slightest bit of nobility. Seeing that more and more people were paying attention to them, Man Scarface couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly lowered his voice and advised, "Boss, please don't look around. It's too embarrassing." Embarrassing? Why? Bonnie lowered his head to take a look and asked with a puzzled expression. As a girl who started out as a pickpocket at the bottom of the slums, she did not understand the importance of etiquette and posture when interacting with people. After all, even if it was a beautiful woman with a good figure, if she opened her mouth full of vulgarities, many men would lose their appetites. In the eyes of the nobles, a true beauty must first have an outstanding temperament and know how to appreciate paintings, art, stage plays, and so on. Looking around like a thief was definitely a big taboo. Because you're wearing such expensive clothes, everyone subconsciously regards you as a member of the upper class. If you continue to be rude, I'm afraid it won't be long before you'll be ostracized and despised. Please remember my words. No matter what happens today, don't show any surprise. Try to be as calm as possible. This is good for our development. Due to the fact that there were too many people around, Old Man Scar didn't dare to talk too much about the secret of the gang. He only gave a simple reminder. As the most knowledgeable member of the gang, he vaguely had the power to rule over everyone else. Hence, even in his dreams, he hoped that the whole gang could take a step further and completely integrate into Lincoln City. Just as Bonnie was about to say something, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. Following that, an army of thousands appeared on the ground. In a short while, they were less than 3 kilometers away from the city gate. The leader of the men held a lion flag and shouted loudly at the city gate, "The Brest family and their allies have arrived. Today we will fight to the death. We will fight to the death. Ha! Ha! Ha!" Following the synchronized shouts of thousands of people, the scene became lively. The picnickers put down their food and glasses and raised their binoculars to observe the number and quality of the army. Soon they began to discuss. "Wow! I think I saw the stag flag of the Simon family, and the swordfish flag of the Usher family. This is incredible! So many families have joined forces. This is nothing. I heard that Mage Andre has the entire Mage Association behind him. Yes. Even Count George is his staunch ally. There's going to be a good show today. How many years has it been since Lincoln City had a private battle between nobles? Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement." For a moment there were whispers everywhere outside the city gate, especially those who bet on the Brest family's victory. Seeing this majestic army, their confidence was greatly boosted. Within the city, the Archbishop of the Church of the God of War was wearing sturdy armor. He slowly walked to the front of the army under the protection of the Temple Knights. With a solemn expression, he said, "Please hand over the collateral to me. My lord will personally oversee the outcome of this battle. No matter who dares to use despicable means. They will become my lord's enemies. They will be hunted down by the church forever. Sir, this is the list of all the wealth, land, and houses of my family. Please take a look." As he spoke, the current head of the Brest family, Dend, respectfully presented a piece of parchment with both hands. "Very good. I will take good care of it first, until you decide the victor." The Archbishop glanced at the items on the list and nodded with satisfaction. As a priest of the God of War, his task was to do his best to get as many cities and countries involved in war as possible. Through war, the weak would be eliminated and the God of War's influence on the material world would be strengthened. Therefore, to the Church, not only would they not stop this private battle, they would be very happy to see it happen. One must know that the God of War, Haktim, was an absolutely neutral god. He would never side with any side in a war, even if one side was his own believer. In his eyes, war was a force that existed in the entire multiverse. It existed from the moment it was born. Light and darkness, order and chaos, justice and evil, and so on were always in a never-ending war. His duty was to let the war continue forever, until the day the universe was destroyed. It had to be said that this kind of thinking was full of paranoia and neurosis. Even many kings, under the influence of this kind of thinking, developed their country into a militaristic war machine, which eventually led to the destruction of their own country. But there was no other way. Apart from being the god of war, Haktim was also the god of warriors. Only where his church existed could high-level professional warriors be cultivated. Therefore, even Linton City could only turn a blind eye to him preaching the doctrine of the god of war everywhere. Chapter 980. Seeing that the Archbishop of the God of War had accepted his bet, Dend was a little proud. He asked his follower, "Bess, where is our opponent? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me you're afraid?" "Sir, I'm afraid we came too early. I heard that the mages often stay up late. Maybe Sir Andre hasn't woken up yet." A handsome young man who looked like he was only 15 years old stood up and responded. Although he was only wearing an ordinary male armor and had a poor quality sword at his waist, it was easy to tell from his speech and behavior that he was not an ordinary young man. In fact, being an attendant was not a lowly profession as many people imagined. Instead, it was a rather noble profession. Generally speaking, the attendants of the nobles were the sons of their vassals, and all of them were of noble birth. Moreover, to be able to be chosen by the nobles, they were definitely very outstanding, and even often participated in the planning. It was not something that could be done by just any random servant. Many people who were born as attendants often performed well in a certain war and became the favored vassals who held great power in their hands. There was a saying in the circle of nobles: if you want to understand the character of a noble, you can analyze it by looking at the attendants around him. Obviously, Dend was impulsive and was not good at thinking. Therefore, he found himself a meticulous attendant to make up for it. This young man named Bess was still unwilling to say anything bad about his opponent even though he had fallen out with Dend. He knew that it was easy to say something, but difficult to take it back. Things could be done to the extreme, but words could not be said to the extreme. If things were done to the extreme, all of his enemies would be dead. Naturally, there would be no danger. However, if he said something to the extreme before doing it, not only would he anger his enemy, but he would also cut off his own escape route. If he did not succeed in the end, the consequences would be worse than death. Ha 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 ha. My dear Bess, you are always so cautious. Please believe me. That mage is nothing to be afraid of. He just happened to be lucky. However, luck is illusory and will not always favor someone. Today, let me break all of this with my own hands. After that, Dend glanced at the 7 or 8 mysterious figures in black armor behind the team from the corner of his eye. These people were his trump card to win. Just as Besmir was about to persuade him, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, followed by a huge explosion in the air. In the next second 2 figures walked out of the ball of light. One of them was President Boris of the Magic Association of Lincoln City, and the other was one of the 2 main characters of the day, Andre. However, they didn't seem to be in a good mental state. They all looked exhausted and had very serious dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious that they didn't rest last night. Glancing at the crowd around him, as well as the beautiful picnic tablecloths, snacks, and tea, Andre's lips twitched as he mumbled to himself, "Damn it! What were these people thinking? How could they bring food and snacks for a visit? Don't they know that this is a bloody war? Humph! A bunch of idiots who think they're high and mighty. The so-called elites in human society are so ugly. I've long been used to their whimsical behavior. Well, I'm not interested in being watched like a circus monkey. You can take care of the rest yourself." Master Boris sneered and directly cast a teleportation spell, disappearing without a trace. He had always been full of resistance and prejudice against the nobles. He couldn't understand the other party's greedy and prideful behavior. After moving the aching and itchy skin on his chest and back, Andre went straight to the Archbishop of the God of War under the gaze of the crowd. He bowed slightly and handed over the list of assets he had prepared in advance. Of course, the assets on this list were only around Lincoln City, not including the properties on the Sardinia island. The bishop looked at it for a few seconds and quickly nodded. "Very well, now that both of your bets have been witnessed by the great Hector, if anyone dares to violate the agreement, I swear I'll use the power of the church to hunt them down, because this is disrespectful to God. Of course, Your Excellency, I swear that the Brest family is not the kind of people who go back on their words. We're nobles with a long history, not like some nouveau riche." With that, Dend glanced at his opponent with a provocative gaze. Andre smiled indifferently and retorted in a contemptuous tone, "I don't know if the Brest family will go back on their words, but I know one thing, that is, when this war is over, there will be no more Brest family in the world." Dend was obviously enraged. He glared with bloodshot eyes and gritted his teeth as he cursed, "Just you wait. I'll make you pay for this sentence right away. The price of blood." "Haha, then let's wait and see." Andre shrugged his shoulders noncommittally, his face full of ridicule and disdain. He had always been very tolerant of a person who was about to die and would not make a big fuss over a few sarcastic words. "All right, both of you, please restrain yourselves. Don't forget your identities and don't continue to act disrespectfully." The Archbishop of the God of War raised his hand and stopped both sides from continuing to insult each other. In his eyes, it was better to fight with real swords and spears rather than talk. After all, the God of War, Haktim, taught his followers not to quarrel if they could fight. No one was willing to be enemies with the Church of the God of War, so both parties wisely kept their mouths shut. The reason was simple. The followers of the God of War were all lunatic. They viewed war as more important than their lives. They would wander around areas where war was frequent. Sometimes, in order to challenge stronger enemies, they would even use their own flesh and blood as bait. Once wanted by the God of War, unless one hid in the mountains and forests, there was no possibility of escaping. Could be said that the God of War was like a mad dog without a leash. The price of being enemies with it was too high, and there were no benefits to be gained. No one with a normal IQ would take the initiative to provoke it. Seeing that both of them had quieted down, the Archbishop nodded with satisfaction. "All right, back to the topic. I'll now announce the rules of war. First of all, the battlefield will be set up within a 3-kilometer radius of your feet. No matter which side soldiers step out of this area, they will be regarded as dead and will never be allowed to return to the battlefield. Mage Andre, let your army enter the battlefield now. Sneak attacks and ambushes are not allowed." Chapter 981. Army? What army? Lord Archbishop, I didn't set up any ambush in the forest. Andre pretended to be confused and blinked his eyes. The Archbishop obviously did not like this frivolous attitude. He frowned and asked, "Then tell me where your army is. Don't tell me you want to fight an army of 1,000 by yourself?" As a priest who was favored by the God of War, he was well aware of the strength of a mage. However, under the restrictions of the rules, anyone who was more than 3 kilometers away would lose. Therefore, a mage could not use flying magic to bombard the ground like in a real war, then run away after the spell was used up and continue after a day of rest. After a few repetitions, most of the army would collapse. Alone? No, I think you misunderstood. I have an army with me, but this army is on me. As he spoke, Andre took off his robe, revealing the dense magic tattoos on his skin. His chest, back, and even his neck were full of mysterious and magical symbols. Although they were still a little red and swollen because they had just been completed, anyone who was not blind would be able to feel the power of the black paint. Loretta Botons, who was standing on the tower and waiting to see Andre make a fool of himself, suddenly narrowed his eyes and let out a strange expression. He muttered to himself, "Interesting." He had actually placed a 2-way teleportation door on his body. What a genius idea! Knowledge, power, and a brain that ordinary people can't reach. This is the kind of opponent I desire, my dear teacher. I think I should thank you. Thank you for finally letting me find some joy in my boring life. At the same time, Duke Georgie, who was far away in the city, also saw this scene through the crystal ball. He raised his head and asked an old mage with a white beard beside him, "Sir Mickey, may I ask what is with these tattoos? Is it some kind of mysterious magic?" The old mage called Mickey took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and carefully observed it for a long time. He answered with uncertainty, "It looks like some kind of magic symbol, and seems to be related to teleportation. It's too complicated, and I can't understand it with my current knowledge. However, according to ancient records, during the ancient magic civilization, there was a technique to store arcane spells on the skin, very similar to these tattoos. Then can you tell me the function of these magic tattoos? Is it a powerful evocation spell, an impenetrable defense spell, or a summoning spell of the incantation spell?" Duke Georgie didn't care where the technology came from or what history it had. He only wanted to know if it could defeat over 1,000 fully armed soldiers. "Duke, I can only tell you that this tattoo is undoubtedly some kind of arcane spell. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a summoning or teleportation spell. The level of the spell is very high, at least level 6. With his many years of experience in the field of magic, Mickey was able to analyze some useful information from the pattern on the tattoo. At this moment, he was completely fascinated by this technology that he had never seen before. He didn't have time to talk to his employer. He quickly took out a piece of parchment from his pocket and recorded the tattoo pattern at a very fast speed. He was going to take it back and study it carefully. In the eyes of pure old mages, power struggles and private battles between nobles were far more fascinating than knowledge and technology. The sudden appearance of the magic tattoo immediately made the already excited audience even more fanatical. In addition, after Andre became the Chosen, his muscles underwent a series of changes. His previous slightly thin appearance completely disappeared and was replaced by a perfect inverted triangle body. The muscles on his chest, abdomen, and arms looked sturdy at first glance, but didn't appear to be thick. This caused many young girls to scream, while the noblewomen covered their mouths with their handkerchiefs, their eyes emitting a terrifying green light. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more chaotic, the Archbishop shook his head in frustration. He then said, "All right, since you think you can fight an army of 1,000 like this, then I won't stop you. But please remember, war is not a game. I now announce that the private battle between the two families has officially begun. Please return to your positions. After I blow the horn, you can fight freely. Outsider, you're dead meat." Dend left his last harsh words, turned around, and led the army to retreat to the open space on the west side of Linton City, intending to get into formation there. However, before he could go far, Andre shouted in a playful tone, "Enjoy the last 10 minutes of your life. I guarantee with my life that after 10 minutes, you'll be saying goodbye to this world completely." After saying this, he deliberately glanced at Zebulon, who was following behind the troops. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously touched the poisoned dagger hidden in his chest. His heart was full of struggle. According to the etiquette of war, both sides retreated about 500 meters, leaving the open space in the middle for the battlefield. The only thing that made everyone feel extremely strange was that one side was a professional army armed to the teeth, while the other side was a shirtless young man. No matter how one looked at it, the combat strength of the two sides was incomparable. After all, even President Boris of the Association of Mages could not guarantee that he could defeat thousands of professional soldiers at once, not to mention that there were more than a dozen knights and 3 mages among them. Feeling the murderous aura coming from the front, Andre's lips curled up slightly, and he whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Today's weather is good, it's a good day for a barbecue. I just don't know how human meat tastes like when it's cooked. I hope those ladies who have a picnic won't vomit too much." As soon as he finished speaking, the Bishop of the God of War carefully took out a horn that shone with golden light from a box, raised it, and blew it hard. Woo 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 as the low sound spread throughout the earth. Dend, who had long been unable to hold back his emotions, drew his long sword and roared loudly, "All troops, charge! Chop that damned mage into meat paste for me." Obviously, in the case of only one enemy, tactics and strategies were useless. The human wave tactic was the simplest, most direct, most violent, and most effective method. What kind of scene was it when thousands of people charged? It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a landslide or a tsunami. Looking at the enemy rushing towards him, Andre suddenly laughed without warning, and he knew that he was so happy. Chapter 982. Ha 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 ha. Well, since so many people are eager to die, I won't be polite. Come out, my fire elemental army. In the name of the Flaming Duke, I declare that the slaughter in this war is dedicated to the great fire elemental prince, Aesop Desser. May all the mortals in the material world revere your strength. After saying that, Andre stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it on his chest, fully activating the elemental core hidden in his heart. The black tattoo immediately emitted a dazzling red light. In just a few seconds, powerful magical energy gushed out from the mysterious runes, forcibly tearing a hole in space. The fire elemental world on the other side instantly spewed out a large amount of magma and flames. Along with these flames, countless fire elementals rushed out from the cracks, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they rushed towards the enemy troops in front of them. Flames. An endless sea of flames. The dazzling red color soon covered the earth. From afar, one could not see the end of it. It was impossible to count how many there were. The soaring heat wave soon raised the surrounding temperature by more than 20 degrees. Even from a few hundred meters away, one could still feel the suffocating temperature. Terrifying. The scene of a disaster that was indescribable with words. All the onlookers could only see the vast amount of fire elementals and magma colliding fiercely with the soldiers of the Brest family. In the blink of an eye, the vanguard troops were swallowed up. The metal armor and weapons were like ice cubes, melting into molten iron in the blink of an eye. The people inside screamed as they were scalded and burned to death. The screams that came out of their mouths caused goosebumps to rise all over their bodies. A pungent smell of meat drifted with the wind. As André had expected, all the noblewomen and young ladies who had eaten just now could not hold back their churning stomachs. They lay on the ground and vomited, their faces extremely ugly. Dend was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He could not believe that nearly 1/5 of the army he was so proud of had died in less than 3 minutes. The rest were just struggling at death's door. It would not be long before they died or collapsed. Even the powerful knights could only barely protect themselves. Occasionally, they would use their powerful strength to break through the scorching flames and directly attack the only weakness of the fire elemental creatures, their cores. At most, they had killed less than 20 low-level fire elementals. As for the ordinary soldiers, not to mention killing the fire elementals, they would be set ablaze if they even got close. As recorded in many books, without the power of magic and divine arts, the mortals of the material world were too weak. Be it the 4 elemental planes, hell, abyss, mountain paradise, the chaos sea, the shadow plane, the ether plane, the machine arcane realm, and so on, they could easily crush any of the outer planes. A creature that could only be considered above average in the outer planes could quickly set off a terrifying storm of death in the Oleal continent. It would not be surprising even if they destroyed a few human kingdoms. At this moment, André had a strong urge to explore across planes, but he suppressed it in the end. He knew that he was not strong enough. At least before he mastered level 7 magic, it was best to stay in the material world. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not be able to come back from this trip. Just when André was lamenting the vastness and strangeness of the universe, Dend finally recovered from the shock and roared madly at the spellcaster behind him. "Don't just stand there. Think of a way. Can't you see that our army is on the verge of collapse? Magic. I need the power of magic. Your Excellency, I'm very sorry. There's no way to resist such a large number of fire elementals. Even the level 4 spell Hailstorm can only kill a dozen of them. I can only cast 2 such spells a day." A mage in his 50s explained with a wry smile. It could be seen that he was in a trance, and his hands were even trembling slightly. God knows if he could still enter the state of spellcasting. "Damn it. I don't care how many you can kill. In short, use whatever means you have. I spent a lot of money to invite you here, not to watch a show." Perhaps because he was anxious, Dend did not care about his tone and attitude, and barked like a mad dog. The mage standing in front of him was not an ordinary person, but an out-and-out senior member of the association. Fortunately, the old mage could understand his predicament. He sighed helplessly, and soon began to recite a spell in a low voice, preparing to cast the only level 4 spell recorded today, Hailstorm, as a way of doing his part. After dealing with the old mage, Dend immediately turned his attention to the other mysterious men in black armor. "Sir Sandel, I've bet all my assets to allow the Church of the God of Tyranny to smoothly enter Lincoln City. Now that things have developed to this extent, you should also use all your strength, right? Of course. We'll kill that mage now. As long as he's dead, these summoned fire elementals will lose control and will no longer be a threat. The man called Sandel took a step forward and spoke in a low and hoarse voice. He did not seem to be flustered at all. His two eyes hidden in the armor were full of darkness, as if he was not frightened by the endless fire elementals in front of him. Then what are you waiting for? Please hurry up and act. Otherwise, my army will be wiped out in a few minutes, Dend urged impatiently. As you wish, Sandel nodded slightly, and immediately turned to his companions and said, Brothers, sisters, it's time to be loyal to the Great Golden. Let's act. Let tyranny shroud this land. Only tyranny lives forever. Only tyranny lives forever. After shouting a few short slogans, these people quickly began to pray without saying a word, followed by dazzling divine spells being cast. Elemental damage protection, fire protection, praise, blessing, sanctuary, divine grace, divine powers, enchanted weapons. After 2 or 3 minutes, each of them was shining with a dazzling divine radiance. They were like moving light bulbs, so dazzling even in the daytime. There was no doubt that these men in black armor were all priests, and their levels were quite high. There was no lack of level 4 divine spells among them. After doing all this, the whole team did not say a word of nonsense and rushed directly to where Andre was. Due to the protection of the sanctuary, the fire elementals could not attack them, and they could not attack anyone, so they successfully passed through the most dangerous part and planned to carry out the strategy of decapitation. Watching the enemy getting closer and closer, Andre did not show any panic. Instead, he smiled and said to himself, Interesting, a group of priests of high levels. So this is the so-called trump card? Let me see what's so good about these goons who rely on the gods. Chapter 983. Priests, as the name suggested, were individuals who used the power of faith to carry out the will of God. They could also use the power of God to improve their own fate. They were the most numerous spellcasters on the continent, and at the same time, they were also the easiest divine spell users to learn. Compared to mages who had vast amounts of basic knowledge, warlocks who worked day and night to develop the power in their bloodline, and druids who pursued nature and balance, priests only needed to hug the thighs of the gods and learn and understand the teachings of the gods. Of course, becoming a priest was not without its requirement. One's perception had to be extraordinary, or it would be impossible to communicate with God. In addition, most of the churches of God would pay attention to attributes such as strength, dexterity, stamina, and charm when selecting apprentices. This was because priests not only had to have strong perception, but they also had to wear armor and pick up weapons to fight for God, running around to spread the faith. Generally speaking, priests did not have any obvious shortcomings. They had combat skills that were not inferior to warriors, and they also had decent spellcasting abilities. Although they did not have as many types of arcane spells as mages, they were still dangerous. Most importantly, they could wear armor and hold shields. In terms of defense, they were much stronger than other spellcasters. Many people would rather face ferocious and barbaric monsters than be enemies with priests. But Andre was different. He knew that as the owner of the arcane eye, he would sooner or later go on the path of fighting against some gods. So he had always been looking for opportunities to fight with priests. He wanted to feel what was so special about these guys who were called the lackeys of God by the ancient magic civilization. Holy Realm didn't last long, and it disappeared as soon as it passed through the area with the densest fire element. 7 or 8 people in black armor suddenly appeared, and a large fire element over 3 meters in size immediately rushed forward, trying to burn these mortals who dared to offend the majesty of Duke Raging Flame into ashes. But the moment it stepped into the defensive circle of the enemy, the raging flames on its body were suddenly suppressed to half of its original level. It could not take another step forward no matter how hard it tried. Obviously, this was the double effect of the two divine spells: protection against fire damage and elemental damage. For a real spellcaster, such a single elemental damage was not much of a threat at all. Sandel, who was charging at the front, raised his fist-sized warhammer and smashed it into the giant fire elemental's mouth. With the power of the enchanted weapon, it immediately penetrated the protection of the scorching flames and smashed the elemental core into smithereens. With a loud explosion, the fire elemental completely turned into a golden pillar of fire and completely disappeared without a trace. Without a doubt, the giant fire elemental had been killed, and there was no chance of it being revived. However, its death did not affect the remaining fire elementals at all. They continued to swarm and try to burn the priests into ashes. The reason was simple. Although most of the fire elementals had a certain level of intelligence, their intelligence was very low. They were so low that they could not understand what death and fear meant. In their eyes, the death of one of their kind was not worth making a fuss about. Sander, leave this to us. Hurry up and kill that mage. Seeing that more and more fire elementals were gathering around them and were about to drown them, a female priest could not help but yell at the top of her lungs. She was very clear that it was impossible for her to fight against thousands of fire elementals with just a few people. Although they were majestic now with the support of divine spells, it would not be long before the divine spells lost their effect, and they would die without a burial place. Another male priest used his shield to knock away a fire elemental that was charging at them, and echoed, "That's right. Charge. Don't worry about us. Everything is for the glory of the god of tyranny." Good. The church will not forget your contributions. I swear that as long as this plan succeeds, I will engrave your names on the pillars of the church. Sandel gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. He left his companions behind and rushed in the direction of Andre alone. Because someone had blocked the fire elemental army, there was only one person left in front of him. One had to know that the god of tyranny, Golden, was not a kind god. He was an out-and-out evil god who advocated using absolute guarantees to maintain his rule. Therefore, the priests under him were all ruthless characters. They rarely cared about the lives of their companions. They only cared about whether they could complete the mission given by the gods, and how much power they could obtain. That was all. Wow, wow, wow. How touching, isn't it? A group of priests who gave up their lives for their belief. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. I can't help but want to record it down and give it to the bards to write a song that will be sung everywhere. Looking at the enemies who had rushed out of the encirclement, Andre had a smile on his face as he teased with a playful tone. "Damned mage! You've ruined our plans time and time again. Today is the day you die." Knowing that time was of the essence, Sandel did not want to waste any time talking nonsense. He immediately rushed forward with his hammer, wanting to use the advantage of the priests in close combat to seize the initiative. But he did not know that the most important thing was that Andre was not like most ordinary mages who were not good at close combat. Instead, he was also a rogue swordsman with 3 levels. Before the hammer could reach him, Andre suddenly raised the secondary defense staff in his hand and activated the shield, haze, and stone skin stored on it. Then, ignoring the weapon that was smashing towards him, he raised the sharp part of the staff and stabbed forward with force. In an instant, the 2 weapons hit each other at the same time. Due to the influence of the blur spell, the mace didn't hit the head, but hit the back instead. Coupled with the deflection caused by the shield spell, it only smashed the stone covering the surface of the body, causing no damage at all. The staff made of iron birch was different. Although the armor and divine spells also played a protective role to a certain extent, the sharp tip of the staff still pierced through the lungs. When it was pulled out, blood immediately gushed out. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a violent cough, Sandel spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face showed an unconcealable horror. He did not expect that a mage would choose to fight him head-on, and even more did not expect that the inconspicuous staff would pierce through his solid armor. After the successful blow, André took light and agile steps and quickly retreated a few meters. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood at the end of the staff. He smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to die, dear Mr. Priest. After all, we are all civilized people. Why can't we sit down and talk?" Chapter 984. Talk? I don't think there's anything to talk about between us. As Sandel spoke, he quickly cast a divine healing spell to heal his severely injured lungs. As a high-level priest, such a wound that would have been fatal to an ordinary person was only a minor injury to him. As long as there was a divine healing spell, it was not a big problem. What really troubled him was André's reaction in the instant they exchanged blows. A mage who was not afraid of close combat. Was there any justice in this world? One had to know that the stab was not enchanted with any spells. It was definitely an instinctive reaction from the body. It was a display of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness to the extreme. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. How do you know that our conflict is irreconcilable? After all, everything in this world revolves around interest. As long as we can find common interests, we can definitely work together, can't we? Noticing the fear in his opponent's eyes, André calmly threw away the blood-stained handkerchief in his hand and spoke with a smile. It was as if the two of them were not in a battlefield full of corpses, but sitting in a room and negotiating. Sandel did not understand what this meant. He was carefully on guard, constantly scanning the ground with the corner of his eyes, afraid that there were hidden magic traps or things that could trigger spells. He clearly knew the danger of a mage, so he did not dare to be careless. In the short exchange just now, he had deeply understood how dangerous and difficult this young man in front of him was. André did not seem to care about the attitude of the audience at all. He continued, looking at the iron fist holy emblem on your chest, "You should be a priest of the god of tyranny, Golden. In other words, the reason you support the Brest family is to have a stronghold in Linton City, slowly infiltrate the ruling class, and finally obtain the legal right to preach and establish a temple. If possible, it's best to get the nobles to agree with your ideas, and let this influential city become a member of the tyrannical ruling coalition. To be honest, I don't reject tyranny. I even think that high pressure can maximize efficiency. Humans are a race full of desires and enjoyment. Although they are not lazy, they are far from being as hardworking as dwarves. Only under the domination of absolute order can there be one miracle after another. So, you see, I agree with the god of tyranny. As long as you're willing to give up on that loser, I promise to give you a chance to enter Linton City. What do you think?" Without a doubt, this was a blatant seduction. Through persuasive words and empty promises, the opponent's will was shaken. In this aspect, mages were born experts. Their superior intellect and logical thinking allowed them to easily see through a person's deepest desires and use them to their advantage. Sandel was tempted. The reason why the Church of the God of Tyranny had sent out so many intermediate and high-level priests at once was to expand their influence to the southern coast and slowly corrupt the upper class to achieve their goal of spreading tyranny. But as an evil cleric who had been lurking in the darkness all year round to instigate rebellions, divisions, and riots, Sandel wouldn't trust a stranger so easily, not to mention that this stranger was currently in a hostile state. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally asked, "How do I know if you're telling the truth? Where's your guarantee? I need a genuine guarantee." "Promise? What kind of guarantee do you want? An oath? Identity? Status? Or a magic contract? It seems like you still don't understand. The one who's at a dead end isn't me, but you. Think about it carefully. If the priests sent out by the Church of the God of Tyranny were all killed, how long would it take for them to send out a second wave? Will the expansion of the Church of the God of Tyranny stop because of your failure? Will you be punished when you see the God you believe in after you die? So, other than believing in me, you have no other choice. Andre's voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was like a heavy hammer that hammered every word into Sandel's mind. As someone who was good at reading people's minds, he broke through Sandel's psychological defenses with almost no effort at all. What was a cleric most afraid of? Definitely not death. Because of their devout faith, they would go to the kingdom of God to be reborn after death and enjoy treatment that was far better than that of ordinary believers. What truly frightened them was that they were unable to complete the mission given by the gods, especially those bad-tempered evil gods. They might throw the souls of those who failed into the torture room and torture and whip them day and night. Then they would be healed and whipped again. This would be repeated for decades and centuries. It could be said that they would rather die than live. Obviously, the god of tyranny, Golden, was such a terrifying god. Sandel turned around with an ugly expression and glanced at his companions, who were surrounded by countless fire elementals. He quickly considered the gains and losses. After a full half a minute, he took a deep breath and said, "All right. I can agree to your conditions. But please let go of my brothers and sisters immediately. All of them are valuable assets of the church. If you kill any of them, you will become an enemy of the church, and there will no longer be any possibility of cooperation between us." An imperceptible smile appeared on Andre's face as he nodded. "Of course, that's not a problem. But before that, shouldn't we shake hands as a sign of friendship?" As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Because of the light, no one noticed the red light that flashed in his palm. "I hope you keep your word." Sandel did not notice anything unusual at all. He took off his iron gloves and stretched out his right hand. At the moment when the two hands shook, Andre's hand suddenly released a strong dark red light, followed by an energy that symbolized life force that was forcibly extracted from Sandel's body. The intense pain made him scream uncontrollably. "Ah! Despicable! How dare you plot against me? Ha 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 ha! Idiot! Don't you know that we are on the battlefield? Of course, there is nothing to be unscrupulous on the battlefield. Deception is just the lowest level of trick. Do you even need someone to teach you this? How sad. If the god of tyranny's subordinates were as stupid as you, then I would really be worried for him." Andre unscrupulously used his poisonous tongue and laughed sarcastically at his opponent. Relying on the supreme magic skill, Deep Spell, he successfully cast a level 3 arcane spell, Vampiric Touch. He drew 30 HP from the priest and at the same time added 30 fake HP to himself. Before the effect of the spell disappeared, any damage he received would be instantly healed as long as it did not exceed 30 HP. It could be said that through a successful deception, Andre successfully pushed his enemy off the cliff. Chapter 985. Although Vampiric Touch was not as glamorous as many arcane spells, nor would it cause bleeding wounds, what it extracted was the most essential part of life. For a person, once a large amount of life force was extracted, he would be as weak as if he had a serious illness. In the worst case, he would die. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Obviously, Sanders' excellent physique allowed him to have a vitality that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. After losing 30 points of his life force, he still did not fall. Instead, he cast a silent spell as fast as he could, and then raised his headmace to launch a frenzied attack. It had to be said that his strategy was very clear. First, he would stop his opponent from chanting spells, then use violent attacks to stop any possible casting actions. As a priest, from the first day of training, their mentors would teach them how to deal with all kinds of professions and monsters in battle. Among them, mages who had killed many gods were the most important. For this reason, the gods even created divine spells such as the Silence spell, which was specially designed to deal with mages. Once under the Silence spell, not to mention chanting spells, even speaking would not be able to make a sound. Before the effect disappeared, they could only be mute. Many mages had accidentally been hit by this divine spell in battle with priests, and as a result, they were killed or captured by the other party. But Sander had obviously forgotten one thing, and that was that the badge of the members of the Linton City Mage Association was all added with a voice spell. The purpose was to counter the silence spell. Andre had a mocking smile on his face. While nimbly dodging the heavy head mace, he mocked mercilessly, "What, are you angry from embarrassment? Or do you think you can hit me with this clumsy way of attacking? Save your energy, maybe I'll give you a slightly easier death on account of your cooperation." You can still talk? Perhaps it was because he was too shocked, but Sander's hammer missed its target and he almost lost his balance and stumbled. One had to know that the silence spell was one of his greatest trump cards. It was also because of this divine spell that he dared to boast. After all, a mage who could chant spells and a mage who couldn't were completely different. My dear Mr. Priest, it seems that you don't understand the difference in strength between us. But that's all right, I'll make you realize it soon. As he spoke, Andre quickly retreated to a safe distance, his hands flying up and down in a complicated pattern. In a short 10 seconds, he had completed a rank 6 Arcane spell, Advanced Dispel Magic. He raised his right index finger and pointed at the priests who were glowing with a strong divine light. A blinding white light immediately exploded in the middle. The formless energy storm engulfed everything within a few dozen meters in the blink of an eye and disintegrated all the spells, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Just as the description stated, this spell was an upgraded version of the rank 3 arcane spell, Dispel Magic. Its dispelling effect was stronger, and at the same time, it was harder to defend against, especially when the caster's level was much higher than the opponent's. No! Sandel let out a heart-wrenching cry as he watched his companion's divine spell being dispelled. He knew very well that without the support of spells, the combat power of priests was no match for warriors and knight. It would only take a few minutes for them to be engulfed by the endless army of fire elementals. But unfortunately, some things were just like Murphy's Law. The more you didn't want it to happen, the more it would happen. In less than a minute, a female priest was pushed to the ground by 2 medium-sized fire elementals. She screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and her entire body was quickly burnt into a charred corpse in the raging flames. The rest did not last long either. In 3 to 5 minutes, this elite team of priests belonging to the Church of the God of Tyranny was completely wiped out. Only Sander was left kneeling on the ground in a daze, his eyes filled with fear. Without a doubt, his plan to infiltrate Lincoln City had failed. This was because a single priest would not be able to build a church in a large city that was hostile to the Church of the God of Tyranny. Despair that came from the bottom of his heart. Sander did not dare to imagine how the bishop would punish him. He also could not imagine how he would explain himself to the God of Tyranny after his death. Extreme fear caused his faith to waver. Not long after, the dark red divine power on his body began to fade rapidly. Anyone with a little common sense could tell that this was a sign that he had lost his priest rank. As the saying went, if a high and mighty priest lost the favor of the God of Tyranny, he would be worse than a stray dog by the roadside. Zebulon, who was watching the development of the battle from afar, had a fierce look in his eyes. Without saying a word, he pulled out a poisoned dagger hidden in his clothes and stabbed it into his brother's neck. Pooh! With the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, Dandy's neck immediately spurted blood. He screamed and fell off his horse, a look of disbelief on his face. Zebulon, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Not only him, but the surrounding guards and the other 2 invited mages were also dumbfounded. They stared with wide eyes at this scene. I'm sorry, my dear brother. You've made the wrong choice. For the continuation of the family and for our little sister to not become someone's plaything, I have to stand up and correct this mistake. With that, Zebulun raised the huge garnet staff in his hand and shot out a deadly magic missile. Bang! 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 Dandy did not even have time to react before his head was hit by a missile that drew a beautiful arc. For a moment, his brains splattered everywhere. After the beautiful bullet screen, he had completely turned into a lifeless corpse. His head was like a smashed watermelon, and even his facial features could not be distinguished. After doing all this, Zebulun quickly cast a phantasmagoria spell on himself and announced loudly in front of countless people, "As the current head of the Breast family, I order everyone to give up resistance. We have lost this war." As soon as he finished speaking, the Archbishop of the God of War, who was in charge of supervising, immediately raised the golden horn in his hand and blew it again. Woo woo woo! The soldiers belonging to the Breast family felt as if they had been pardoned. They immediately threw away the weapons in their hands and turned to run. Their spirits were already on the verge of collapse. Even if they did not surrender now, they would collapse in a few minutes. Chapter 986. Looking at the sudden change in front of him, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Interesting, you actually waited until the last moment to make your move. Should I praise you for your perfect timing, or should I praise you for your cautiousness, my dear Zebulun?" As a smart person, he would not overlook any details, especially when it was obvious that he had waited until the end of the battle before choosing a side. Obviously, Zebulun was not willing to kill his brother, but was forced to do so. At this moment, his heart was filled with self-blame, or perhaps it was filled with hatred, but that was not important. What was important was that no matter how dangerous this guy was, Andre was confident that he could control this valuable chess piece and make him act in a way that was beneficial to him. Sandel, whose faith had collapsed, did not realize that the battle had ended. He was still kneeling on the ground alone, staring blankly ahead. No one knew what he was thinking. A large fire elemental approached and wanted to get rid of him, but it was stopped by Andre. He came to the side of the despondent priest and said in a low voice, "If you want to regain your faith and restore your priestly level, remember to come to me before midnight tonight." Hearing these words, Sandel's eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light. He subconsciously turned his head and wanted to pull Andre to ask for clarification. But unfortunately, Andre had no intention of explaining in front of so many people. He directly shook off the priest and swaggered through the fire elementals. Not only did the raging flames not burn his skin, but they seemed to be attracted by something and formed a gorgeous giant ring of fire around him. Every time he passed by a fire elemental, the fire elemental would kneel down to show its humility. In front of the prince of fire elementals, the flaming duke chosen by Acer Desir, they were just humble servants. All the onlookers were stunned. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. The fire elementals, known for their violent and uncontrollable temper, were kneeling down to a mortal mage. Were their eyes playing tricks on them, or was this world too crazy? No one could give an answer, except for those who already knew Andre's true identity. Passing through thousands of fire elementals, Andre arrived in front of Zebulun. Without any hesitation, Zebulun knelt on one knee and said in a respectful tone, "Praise be to you, Duke of Eternal Flames. You are the symbol of slaughter, the emissary of destruction. You are the only representative of the fire elemental plane in the material world. Please allow me to represent the Breast family in surrendering to you. Please forgive my brother's foolish offense and forgive us lowly mortals. For this, I am willing to give up everything of my family and become your loyal servant." As the last word fell, the scene suddenly boiled over. Although Zebulun never mentioned the name Flaming Duke, he recited the poem that the bard used to describe the Flaming Duke. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would understand what he was trying to express. Gods above! Is there something wrong with my ears? The Flaming Duke. It's actually the Flaming Duke. I knew it. Apart from the Flaming Duke, Is there another mortal in this world who can control so many fire elementals? Heavens! No wonder the envoys of Bakaro City surrendered to us. They were attacked by the Flaming Duke. For a moment, everyone seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Regardless of whether they knew Leyland or not, they frantically shared their excitement with those around them. What did it mean for the Flaming Duke to appear in Linton City? Although it was not one of the most powerful forces in the entire continent, it was still far beyond the limits of what ordinary people could imagine. Apart from the ancient dragons, the legendary professions, the chosen ones of the gods, and other super forces, there was almost nothing that could threaten its existence. Just the fact that it could live forever in flames was enough to give its enemies a headache. Most importantly, the Flaming Duke himself had unparalleled destructive power. Ordinary armies could not harm him at all. This was especially true on the battlefield, where he could easily defeat a professional army of thousands, or even tens of thousands. He made numbers meaningless, and there would probably be no monsters or enemies who would dare to make Linton City their enemy in the future. Hearing the deafening cheers, Andre's calm face revealed a cold smile. He bent down and leaned close to Zebulon's ear. "You're smart, but a little too smart. You actually dare to play such tricks on me. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pursue the matter for now. Remember, this is the first and last time. Bring your cute sister to me in 2 days. Don't play any tricks, or I promise you that even if you hide her in another plane, I'll dig her out bit by bit. Do you understand?" Under Andre's cold gaze, Zebulon subconsciously shivered. He hurriedly replied, "Understood. I swear I won't play any tricks again." "Very good. Now go and gather the troops and take inventory of the asset. I want to see them all in one day, intact and in good condition." Having said that, Andre did not even look at Zebulon. He waved at the fire elementals and turned to walk in the direction of the Archbishop of the God of War. After receiving the order, the fire elementals, who had no desire for the material world, quickly crossed the spatial rift and returned to their own world. As the rift was not large this time, there were no giant fire elementals. Most of them were small to medium-sized ones with low intelligence. They were like puppets, obeying instinctively and unable to understand things that were too complicated. "Lord Archbishop, I think I've won this war. Can you announce the results now?" Andre asked, bowing slightly. The Archbishop of the God of War looked at the young man standing in front of him with a complicated gaze. After a while, he returned the bow and replied, "Yes. You've won this war, Your Excellency Flaming Duke. I'm honored to be able to witness your reappearance after hundreds of years." As a powerful elemental lord who was not inferior to any god, Aesop Desser's chosen one was the same as all other chosen ones in the world. No matter where they went, whether they liked it or not, they were bound to be given a certain degree of respect. In terms of status, they were second only to the saints and avatars of the gods in the material world. Anyone who disrespected them was equivalent to insulting the god himself. What were the consequences of insulting a god? The lightest was being hunted down by the god's church and followers. Then what about angering a powerful fire elemental lord? In this life, as long as you saw a fire elemental, you'd have to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, if you were discovered, you'd definitely be hunted to death. Chapter 987. The Prince of Fire Elements, Isoldezer, was the controller of the Flame of Wrath, also known as the Lord of Raging Flames. He was a powerful otherworldly creature with a violent temper. So to what extent was his temper? More than 3,000 years ago, there was once a lesser divine power god who attempted to imprison the Flaming Duke and force him to fight for him. As a result, less than a day after he succeeded, Isoldezer tore through space and personally led the endless fire elements to flood into the god's kingdom, destroying everything he encountered along the way. Whether it was buildings, believers, or anything else, everything was burned to ashes by the raging fire. Even the god himself was seriously injured by the flame of wrath, and had no choice but to escape and hide. However, this god's luck was not very good. His hiding place was discovered by the god of thieves, who launched a sneak attack without saying a word. As a result, this god eventually fell and became one of the countless gods who disappeared in the long river of history. Through this incident, almost the entire universe felt the madness of the Lord of Raging Flames. Since then, no one dared to find trouble with the Flaming Duke. After all, the elements represented neutrality and had no inclination towards good or evil. Even if there was no way to become allies, there was no need to become enemies. To some extent, the Flaming Duke was a very good protective talisman. As long as he did not do anything that would anger the heavens, no one would dare to rashly make a move against someone who held this title. Although the Archbishop of the God of War had a noble status, he was still a bit lacking in front of the Chosen. So his mood was just like the look in his eyes, very, very, very complicated. It must be known that every time the Flaming Duke appeared, it was bound to be accompanied by a large amount of destruction and destruction. He was like a moving disaster, bringing misfortune and death wherever he went. According to historical records, most of the Flaming Duke could not bear the rejection and loneliness and finally chose to return this power to Isoldezer, finding a deserted place to die quietly. Of course, from the perspective of the God of War, the appearance of the Flaming Duke was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a good thing because his appearance was bound to be accompanied by more wars, helping to expand the God of War's influence. After sensing the Archbishop's complicated thoughts, André lowered his voice and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Archbishop. I'm different from the previous Flaming Duke. I won't easily destroy anything, and I have no interest in slaughtering civilians who can't fight back. I'm a utilitarian through and through. I only do things that benefit myself." "I hope so." The Archbishop shook his head gently and handed 2 parchments with a list of property in his hand. "Here," he said, here's your spoils of war. If you need, I can ask the paladins to help you until all the property has been handed over." "Thank you, but there's no need to supervise. My new servant will take care of everything." With that, André turned his head and glanced at Zebulon with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. The Archbishop naturally would not forget what had just happened. An expression of disgust immediately appeared on his face, as if he had not seen a human, but a pile of dog shit. "Are you sure you want to take in a kinslayer as your servant? Let me remind you, this kind of heartless scum is simply a natural traitor. They have no sense of shame at all. If I were you, I would immediately kill him to prevent any future trouble." Kinslayers were a taboo in the entire continent. Although there were endless methods of secretly poisoning, assassination, and magic control, killing one's own brother in front of so many people would still cause one to bear a considerable amount of notoriety. It was not surprising that they would be ostracized by the upper class. André obviously did not care about this. He shrugged indifferently. "Why not? Haven't you said before that everyone in the world has a weakness, and I happen to have grasped his weakness? As for the issue of morality, there's no need to be too conflicted. I have plenty of ways to make a traitor's life worse than death." "It seems that you are indeed different from all the previous Flaming Dukes. Let's call it a day. Goodbye." After the Archbishop said this sentence meaningfully, he immediately led a large number of paladins and priests towards the city gate. As soon as he left, old George, who had been waiting by the side, immediately came forward and presented a furry puppy that had just been born not long ago with both hands. "Congratulations, my young friend. You've won another glorious victory. I can't even remember how many times you've won this battle. According to the tradition between nobles, I represent all my allies to present a purebred Krarhound that is 1 week old. May it be able to protect your family in the future. You are too kind, Count. It's a very cute little thing. I like it very much." André carefully hugged the puppy that had yet to open its eyes. According to the ancient legends in the south, the Krar hound symbolized protection. If there was a war between two nobles, and one of them succeeded in annexing the other, the relatives or allies of the winner would present a Krar hound puppy that had yet to open its eyes. This puppy would watch over the souls of the enemies and prevent them from coming back to seek revenge after they were unwilling to die and become undead creatures. However, in Andrei's opinion, this legend was just a legend. If the Krar hound really had such great abilities, it would have been classified as a magical beast by the mages a long time ago, and not a domestic hound. However, as a dog lover in his previous life, he did not mind raising a loyal, fierce dog. Anyway, he would just treat it as a pastime. Lady Anasta of West Xia also presented a symbolic golden whip with complicated golden threads and patterns on it. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary whip. The rest of the conservative nobles also gave him a gift to express their sincerity. Andrei did not reject any of them, and accepted all of them with a smile. He understood that these people were not giving him gifts, but a kind of open alliance. Anyone who had given him a gift would be divided into his own camp. Just like that, under the gaze of half of the ruling class in Linton City, a new faction of power was born. Perhaps it was still very young, but under the influence of the Flaming Duke's name, it would not take long for it to grow into a true giant. Loretta Botons was undoubtedly a very patient person. He stood at the side and waited for Andrei to finish everything before taking 2 steps forward and inviting him. "My dear friend, do you still remember what you promised me 3 days ago? Now that the annoying fly is dead, why don't you come to my mansion and relax? How about it?" "No problem, I really do need to relax. After all, this annoying fly is dead, and there is another one waiting for me to deal with. You should understand how annoying it is to be constantly buzzing in your ears," Andrei said with a double meaning. Chapter 988. As the initiator, Loretta Botons of course knew who Andrei was referring to. He smiled and teased, "Since it's an annoying fly, just slap it to death. It's just a piece of cake for you, isn't it? But what if I find out that there's someone pulling the strings behind this fly?" Andrei retorted, not backing down at all. Since both of them were using metaphors, the people around them were confused and didn't understand what they were talking about. But judging from their tone and expressions, the atmosphere was obviously a bit weird. "Ha ha ha ha. You're so funny. If the fly has an owner, you'll give up on killing it?" Loretta pretended to be playful and blinked with a smile on his face. Obviously, he didn't care about the life and death of his subordinates or allies, especially after seeing the fire elemental army destroy everything with his own eyes today. He had completely achieved his goal of testing. He didn't want to make a big fuss over a pawn that had lost its value. Andrei wasn't an idiot. He instantly realized that Duke Win had completely lost its value to this guy in front of him, so he immediately said meaningfully, "No, of course not. But I'm worried that killing it will dirty my hands." Loretta shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Then why don't you find a fly swatter? I believe that with your taste, you should be able to find a suitable one easily." "If that's the case, won't the person who's pulling the strings get angry out of embarrassment if I kill this annoying fly?" Andrei asked with a faint smile. There was no doubt that he was deliberately trying to provoke this guy, trying to find some conspiracy and clues. But unfortunately, a mere Duke Win was not worthy of Loretta's attention. He sneered and reached out his right hand to touch the puppy lying in Andrei's arms and asked, "If I kill this little guy now, will you be angry immediately?" "Maybe a little angry, but not to the extent of being angry," Andrei answered without thinking. He was not one of those idiots whose head was filled with strange thoughts that would place the life of a dog above the life of a human. In his opinion, the reason why dogs were domesticated was to serve people. If this was reversed, then there was no need for dogs to exist. Although he also liked the loyalty of dogs, he would never be like those crazy dog lovers in his previous life. For a few dogs, they would find trouble with their own kind for no reason. You see, the answer has appeared. Even such a cute crawl hound is nothing in the eyes of people like you and me, let alone an annoying fly. After saying that, Loretta withdrew his right hand, his eyes revealing a coldness and cruelty that came from the bottom of his heart. Animals had always been more sensitive than humans. The puppy, which had not yet opened its eyes, seemed to have sensed malice and immediately began to tremble. At the same time, it made a whining sound as if it was begging for its owner's protection. André gently comforted the frightened little thing, took a deep breath, and said with emotion, "Yes, you are right. How could people like us care about a chess piece that has lost its value? It seems that I can rest assured and crush it to death." As his own strength became stronger and stronger, and he held more and more power, he could clearly feel that his moral consciousness was becoming thinner and thinner. Perhaps it was just as the saying went, anyone who got involved in a power struggle would sooner or later become a monster. Haha, let's go. I've already prepared sumptuous dishes and fine wine, and there are also many interesting programs. We're just waiting for you, the most distinguished guest, to arrive. Everyone can come along as well. After all, a banquet is only interesting if it's lively. Loretta politely extended an invitation to everyone. He seemed to have enjoyed the verbal confrontation just now. His every movement released a strong aura, completely different from the Duke, who usually did not care about worldly affairs. Obviously, such a sudden change would be noticed by anyone who was not a fool, especially the conservative nobles led by old George. They all looked at André and waited for him to make a decision. After all, the so-called alliance had to be united. At least when there was uncertainty, they needed a backbone, and this backbone was usually the strongest person. André was not sure what Loretta wanted to do. After hesitating for a few seconds, he immediately smiled and bowed with one hand on his chest. "It's my honor." Seeing that he had expressed his stance, the rest of the people hurriedly squeezed out a smile and praised Loretta Botons for his generosity and hospitality. After all, no matter what, hosting a banquet was a time-consuming, laborious, and expensive affair. Moreover, nobles like the Duke would spend at least 30,000 to 50,000 gold coins every time they hosted a banquet. Just like that, under the hypocritical mask of joy and harmony, the group of people arrived at Boton's house in the noble district. As soon as they walked through the garden and into the hall, everyone was stunned by the magnificent scene in front of them. The first thing that came into view was a huge chandelier with a diameter of 2 meters. Unlike most chandeliers that used candles or magic crystals for illumination, this chandelier had diamonds the size of fingertips hanging from it. At first glance, they were so dazzling that they could barely open their eyes. There were thousands of them densely packed together. There were thousands of them. The market price of diamonds was about 1,200 gold coins. In other words, the value of this chandelier alone was equivalent to the total wealth of most of the nobles present. Of course, if it was just a diamond chandelier, it would not be enough to make old George and Countess Anastasia, who had seen many grand occasions, lose their composure. What really made them lose their composure was the dishes placed on the expensive silk table. To be exact, it was the living mermaid in the middle of the dining table. However, this mermaid was not in a good situation. The scales on her lower body, which belonged to a fish, had been cruelly stripped off. Her hands and feet were chained to the table, and her tongue and vocal cords had been cut off. She could only stare at the 2 pitiful eyes that were crying nonstop. The female chef standing at the side did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. She raised her hand and cut off a piece of fresh meat from her lower body. She carefully placed it on the ice cubes that had been prepared in advance for the guests to enjoy. Needless to say, this extremely rare red-haired mermaid was the main dish of today's banquet. According to ancient legends, the taste of the flesh of a mermaid was the most delicious thing in the world. It could fully release the taste buds of humans and bring them unparalleled enjoyment. A rich king had once offered millions of gold coins for a small bite, but he did not get his wish until he died. This was because mermaids mostly lived in the deep sea where there were no traces of humans. Moreover, they were terrifyingly vigilant. Even a legendary mage might not be able to successfully capture them. But now, this dreamy delicacy was placed in front of them. Almost none of the nobles present could hold themselves back. They all subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Chapter 989. How is it? Are you satisfied with the little surprise I prepared? Loretta lowered his voice and whispered into Andre's ear. Obviously, he was very proud of himself for being able to get a living mermaid. He did not feel that putting an intelligent creature on the table to eat raw was a very barbaric and cruel thing to do. The mermaids in this world not only had intelligence, language, and emotions that were not inferior to humans, but also created a highly developed underwater civilization. They had their own cities and countries. To a certain extent, mermaids were no different from humans, dwarves, elves, pygmies, halflings, and many other intelligent races. The only difference was that the former lived on land, while the latter lived in the deep sea. As a transmigrator who still had some bottom line, Andre felt a strong sense of disgust at the scene in front of him. The education and living habits of his previous life made him instinctively reject eating any intelligent creatures that looked similar to humans. This had nothing to do with kindness or evil. It was just out of habit. Many people who did not eat fish would feel nauseous when they smelled the fishy smell. Loretta, who was good at observing, quickly found that Andre's expression was a little strange. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he mocked with a playful tone, "Aha, looks like you don't like the main dish very much. Maybe it's because of the little sense of justice in your heart? Relax, my friend. With your intelligence, it should not be difficult to understand that the nature of the world is the survival of the fittest. The so-called principles and bottom lines are like a piece of parchment, so fragile that it can be broken with a poke. You think I still have a sense of justice in my heart?" Andre did not care about the other's tone. Instead, he asked with a smile that was not a smile. To be honest, after coming to Oreir for so many years, he felt that many of his thoughts and actions had been assimilated by this world. Especially recently, when he massacred, burned cities, and created disasters with his own hands, causing countless people to live in the abyss of suffering, he did not feel even a little bit of guilt in his heart. It was as if everything was justified. If this was considered a sense of justice, then the demons of hell could definitely call themselves the partners of justice. Of course. Didn't you notice? Think carefully about the decisions you have made. Do you always lean towards the weak? For example, just now outside the city, why didn't you order the fire elementals to kill all the enemies, but give them a chance to surrender? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't leave any loose ends behind. So admit it, there is still a trace of kindness in your heart. With that, Loretta poked Andre's chest near his heart with a meaningful look in his eyes. After hearing his opponent's evaluation, Andre didn't panic at all. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, interesting. This is the first time I've heard that being merciful to your enemy means being kind. It seems that you haven't been able to understand my values so far. Then why don't you talk about it? I'm very interested in this. Loratan lifted his glass and took a small sip of wine, putting on a look of victory. There was no need to ask to know that he had already subconsciously come to a conclusion. The reason why he asked this question was probably not out of politeness, but a disguised form of temptation. After all, when people spoke, they would often inadvertently reveal their usual habits, way of thinking, values, and so on. Once grasped, one could roughly deduce the way a person would deal with a problem, as well as the next few actions. Andre was never a fool. Naturally, he understood his opponent's sinister intentions. Without batting an eyelid, he replied, "Sorry, I have no reason and no obligation to explain anything to you, especially when the time of war is getting closer and closer. If the two of us are still alive by this time next year, and the victor has already been decided, Then it won't be too late to talk about this problem. Loretta pretended to be regretful and spread out his hand. All right, since you insist, then we will wait until this time next year. Now let us enjoy this banquet. After saying that, he said a few words to the housekeeper standing next to him. The housekeeper immediately rang the bell in his hand. After a while, several female dancers in hollowed-out silk dresses walked into the center of the hall from the corner. The banquet finally officially began. The nobles who could not wait for a long time rushed to where the mermaids were. They forked the bloody meat into their mouths and closed their eyes to savor the most delicious taste in the world. Other than the mermaids, most of the food on the table was also raw. For example, raw oysters, raw crabs, raw fish, raw shrimp, raw squid, raw beef, and so on. Although there were dozens of sauces beside the food, André, who had always hated raw food, did not have any appetite at all. He went straight to the table that was piled with desserts, picked up a soft honey cake, and ate it. Because he had been busy making magic tattoos the whole night, he was now tired and hungry. His stomach had already started to protest a few hours ago. After swallowing 2 honey cakes, he immediately regained some energy. Just when he was about to look for other food that would suit his taste, a girl in a red dress walked towards him and bowed with a smile. "Greetings, Your Excellency Flaming Duke. You are..." André grabbed a tablecloth and wiped his hands. He squinted his eyes and looked at the girl. She had long brown hair, a small round face, a delicate nose and mouth, big eyes, and a red corset that set off 2 rather large peaks. She was about 1.6 meters tall, fully displaying the beauty of youth. Judging from her appearance, this girl should not be more than 15 years old, or even younger. The girl obviously noticed that the handsome man in front of her was looking at her. She immediately raised her full chest and said, "My name is Celeste, Viscount Sean's sister, and also Chloe's good sister. I don't know if you are free now, but I would like to invite you to join the little game that is going on over there." After saying that, she turned around and pointed to the men and women gathered together not far away. These young people, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, were all holding gold or silver coins with different patterns in their hands. There were a few dice placed in the middle, and they seemed to be playing some kind of game. André quickly searched for the name Celeste in his memory. He quickly smiled and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miss Celeste. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. Besides, Chloe probably won't recognize you as her good sister." As someone who had an eidetic memory, André only needed 2 seconds to recall what his fiancée had said a few months ago. The general meaning was to prevent fire, theft, and Celeste from entering the house. Chapter 990. The girl clearly did not expect that her invitation would be mercilessly rejected, and she stood there awkwardly. It was only after a full minute that she mustered up her courage and said, "It seems that Chloe often speaks ill of me. You can't possibly believe all of it, right? What do you think?" A hint of playfulness flashed in André's eyes. He clearly did not have the time to play house with a bunch of young masters and young ladies, nor was he interested in taking part in those melodramatic love triangles. Childish. This was the definition he gave to this girl. Perhaps it was because she was too young, but Celeste did not have any self-awareness at all. She even took this disguised rejection as a hint. She purposely rubbed her half-naked chest against André's arm, lowered her voice, and said seductively, "I feel that you're really charming. Since Chloe is here today, why don't you play with us? You must know that many of our sisters have fallen head over heels for your majestic performance. As long as you join us, I guarantee that you'll have an unforgettable experience." André pulled his arm back, without batting an eyelid, and took a few steps back. "I'm sorry, but I still have to reject. There are 2 reasons. Firstly, I'm not interested in your so-called unforgettable experience. Secondly, I'm someone who keeps my promises. Since I've promised Chloe to stay away from you, I'll keep my word. So, Miss Celeste, please leave immediately. I don't wish to repeat myself a 3rd time." Saying this was already a blatant humiliation. To a noble lady, especially an unmarried one, being rejected by a man was unforgivable. Celeste was so angry that her entire body was trembling. It was as if she could not believe that there was a man in this world who could resist her temptation. Right now, what she wanted to do the most was to splash the wine in her cup onto his face, then turn around and leave the banquet hall, leaving this place that had humiliated her. However, it was a pity that Celeste could not do that. Regardless of whether it was the Duke Loretta or the flaming Duke Andre, they were both people that a mere Viscount's sister like her could not afford to offend. Suppressing the anger in her heart, she flung her skirt and quickly returned to the crowd. Her eyes were full of resentment. Then, she began to tell her peers what had just happened. In Celeste's story, Andre was a rude country bumpkin, while she herself was a pure young lady who had repeatedly exercised forbearance. This fully displayed the scheming nature of a green TB*TCA. Andre saw all this from afar and responded with a contemptuous smile. He had no intention of interfering at all. Compared to the B*cheese he had seen in his previous life, this girl's methods were obviously too crude and far inferior. It didn't take long for a few smart guys to realize that there was a problem and left the circle without saying a word. No one in the world was an idiot, especially the children of nobles who had received elite education since they were young. They would not cause trouble for themselves or their families for the sake of so-called friendship. While Andre was observing the social skills of the 12 to 16-year-old nobles with great interest, Loretta suddenly appeared behind him and said in a low voice, "Follow me, I have a second surprise for you." "Surprise? Didn't you already give me one?" Andre asked without turning his head. No. I only gave you one, which is today's main dish, the mermaid. It's a pity that you don't like it. As for the matter with Duke Wayne, it's just a test. It can't be considered a surprise, Loretta explained with a smile. Glancing at the main dish, who had fainted due to excessive blood loss, the corner of Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Are you sure it's a surprise and not a shock?" "Of course. I swear that you will definitely like the surprise this time." Loretta gave a solemn promise. Even though Andre didn't want to be surprised at all, he still put down the plate in his hand and raised his arm to make an inviting gesture. "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way. I hope you won't disappoint me this time. Otherwise, I will never trust you again." "Ha ha ha ha. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes this time." After saying that, Loretta walked through the banquet hall and went straight to the basement. Andre held the puppy and followed closely behind. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, came to an underground space where they couldn't even see their own fingers in front of them after a few minutes. With the ability of night vision, Andre could clearly see that this place was at least 100 square meters. There was a table in the middle, and there was a thick stack of yellow cards on the table. Judging from the size and style, it was more than 60% similar to the wizard cards. As a purebred human, Loretta naturally didn't have night vision, so he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surrounding torches and braziers were all lit up, immediately illuminating this gloomy and terrifying place. Without any hesitation, he quickly came to the table and picked up the thick stack of cards. "This is the second surprise I have for you. A real wizard card. How about it? Are you interested in playing around with me? The bet is that the winner can ask a question, and the loser has to answer truthfully. Are you sure you want to play like this?" Andre narrowed his eyes, his whole body emitting a dangerous aura. "What, are you scared?" Loretta's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. The two of them stared at each other for a full minute before laughing out loud at the same time. They were so in sync that they were like twins. Loretta laughed and sighed. "After so many years, I finally have an outstanding opponent, an opponent who is on par with me. My dear friend, please don't disappoint me next year. If you can't satisfy me, I can't guarantee that I won't do something terrible. I swear on my own name, You will definitely be satisfied like never before next year, and you might even die. Andre released his power without hiding it. In just a few seconds, the magical energy in the air became restless. Feeling the changes in the magical energy, Loretta's eyes shot out two terrifying rays of light. A level 12 mage? You're actually a level 12 mage? It's only been a few months? You're the spellcaster with the most terrifying leveling speed I've ever seen. Andre smiled and openly admitted, "That's right, I'm now a level 12 mage and the Flaming Duke. I already have the qualifications to kill you, so please be careful. In this dangerous game, no one can always be the hunter, and no one can always be the prey. The boundaries between them are very blurry, and their positions can change at any time." "You're right, I'm starting to get excited. Let's start this game with a game of wizard cards." Chapter 991. While Andre and Loretta Botons were competing with each other with their wizard cards, Serena, who was far away in the north county of the Canterbury Kingdom, was going through the most important stage of a woman's life, which was giving birth. With the confirmation of an experienced priest, she had officially entered the labor period. Although it was less than 10 months old, the child was quite healthy, even a little too healthy. Every few hours, the child would toss and turn to vent his excess energy. To ensure the smooth delivery, all the famous female midwives in the North County had been invited to the castle. In addition, there was also a priest from the God of Protection stationed in the castle, ready to deal with any special situations that might arise. In Orire, where health and medical conditions were extremely poor, giving birth was not a small matter. It was equivalent to a woman walking between life and death, and if it was not handled well, it could cost both the child and the child's life. No one, from the nobles to the peasants, was an exception. The only difference was that as long as the nobles in the palace were willing to spend money, they could hire a priest just in case. However, the civilians could only pray for their own good fortune. Although the North County was the least populated and the most desolate county in the whole kingdom, Serena had secretly opened 3 mines in the Black Forest after gaining the support of Merchant Louder. One of them was a sapphire mine, and the other 2 were gold and iron mines. Therefore, she was not short of money at all. Not only did she renovate the castle that originally belonged to Baron Iverson, but she also recruited an army of 2,500 people. After all, the people in the North County had always been tough. Almost all the adult men had mastered more than one type of weapon fighting skills. As long as they trained a little, they would be qualified soldiers. With the protection of so many troops, the female knight could finally breathe a sigh of relief. For the time being, she did not have to worry about the sporadic orc bandit. She could spend the winter peacefully. As for giving birth to a child, she was not very worried. Not to mention the monstrous physique of a knight, just the extraordinary endurance was enough for her to give birth to a child smoothly. In history, there was no precedent of a female knight dying in childbirth. Lying on a recliner covered in bearskin, Serena enjoyed a massage from her personal maid, Shirley, while looking at the tax accounts for this year. After a while, she closed the account book and looked up. "So, our food reserves are only enough to last until June next year, and there are still 2 more months of food that we need to buy from other places?" "Yes, madam. The North County's terrain is relatively high, and wheat can only be grown near the south. Most of the crops in the north are rye and barley. The taste is very bad, but the wine produced is very good. I personally suggest that we use all the barley and rye to make wine and buy wheat from the other counties of the kingdom. This way, we can make a net profit of 20%. Luo Te lived up to his reputation as a businessman. Every time he opened his mouth, he would talk about making money. It was as if it would be a huge waste if he didn't participate in the profits he saw. It was also because of his profit-seeking spirit that the business environment in the North region seemed to be much more prosperous this year. In particular, the number of merchants who came to purchase furs and rare animals and plants had increased by a full third. However, as a noble, Serena's perspective was completely different. She might care a lot about money, but she was more concerned about whether her rule was stable, and the food reserves happened to be the most important factor. After considering for a few seconds, she gently stroked her protruding belly and said, "In principle, I agree with your suggestion to use barley and rye to make wine instead of wheat or flour. However, you have to ensure that we buy enough wheat before we start making wine. I don't want to see that we can't take out food in case of an accident. Do you understand?" The fat Luote hurriedly put one hand on his chest and bowed. "Understood, madam. Please don't worry. I'm not an idiot who can't tell what's important. I'll definitely ensure the food reserves in the territory. Also, the subordinates I sent to purchase cloth and salt heard that there seems to be some friction at the southern border. His Majesty King Elroy Clovis is planning to recruit troops and declare war on the Bohemia Kingdom in the south." War! Upon hearing this word, Serena hurriedly sat up from the recliner with a trace of unconcealable surprise on her face. "That's right. Many people are spreading rumors that Elroy intends to wipe away his humiliation and regain control of the Rapids Plains. He wants to completely control this granary that can support an army of 50,000. According to our scouts, there are indeed signs of an army gathering at the border, but until now, there hasn't been a clear order to summon the vassals. On such a serious issue, Luote didn't dare to be sloppy at all. He quickly shared all the information he knew. The Rapids Plains was the place where the Canteru Kingdom and the Bohemia Kingdom intersected. Due to historical reasons, the kings of both countries claimed that they had indisputable inheritance rights to this land. Since the conflict couldn't be reconciled, war naturally became the only way to solve the problem. For this rich land, the kings of Canteru and Bohemia had fought over a dozen times and basically ended in a draw. However, the most recent time was when King Elroy's grandfather, King Victor III, was still alive. Due to the heavy blow inflicted by the necromancer Ulysses Domer, the entire country fell into a long period of depression. Bohemia took advantage of the situation and seized the actual control of this land. From the moment he ascended the throne, Elroy worked hard and carried out a series of reforms. Now, the kingdom could be said to be strong and powerful, so it was completely reasonable for him to regain the lost land. According to the traditions of most feudal countries in Orir, since the king wanted to go to war, then the various feudal lords would also have to send troops according to the ratio, ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. In short, this was an obligation that no one could escape. At the thought of going to war, Serena couldn't help but frown. She walked back and forth by the fireplace, seriously thinking about the gains and losses. One had to know that where there were people, there would be conflict. Once the nobles gathered together, it was inevitable that they would compete with each other. If anyone sent less troops or the soldiers' equipment was too shabby, they would immediately be mercilessly ridiculed. However, if one was clearly poor but tried to pretend to be rich, they would also be despised as an idiot. Therefore, how many troops to send and what kind of equipment to bring were all tests of the wisdom of the feudal lords. Just as Serena was thinking, the blazing fire in the fireplace suddenly exploded with a bang. The scorching flames instantly ignited the long dress she was wearing. But what was surprising was that although the dress was burned, her skin, hair, and eyebrows were all fine. The bearskin and carpet that were just a step away were also fine. Chapter 992. The dress was quickly burned to ashes by the flames, and as the black ashes fell, large patches of white and smooth skin were exposed. Shirley was the first to react. She quickly grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around her mistress to prevent her from accidentally exposing herself. Soon after, Laurent also came back to his senses. He quickly covered his eyes with his hands and retreated out of the room. His actions were so fast that he did not seem like a fatty who weighed more than 100 pounds. But why am I not hurt? I don't even feel anything? Serena looked confused, as if she could not believe what had happened to her. Shirley was only a 12-year-old village girl. How could she explain such a complicated and strange question? She could only reply weakly, I'm sorry, madam. I'm not too sure, Serena was obviously asking casually. She did not expect Shirley to give her any explanation at all. In order to confirm her guess, she carefully reached her right hand into the fireplace. The result was a shocking scene. The flames in the fireplace seemed to be pulled by some invisible force. They revolved around her arm. The scene was beautiful and gorgeous. Just as Serena was unknowingly indulging in it, the flames suddenly spewed out and entered her lower abdomen. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Shock, confusion, puzzlement. She did not understand what this meant at all. She immediately shouted at Shirley, "Quick! Go and get Priestess Bertha. I need her help." The girl nodded her head in panic and ran out in a hurry. Not long after, she returned with a middle-aged woman in a simple linen robe. "Your lordship, I heard that you were burned. Where are you? Let me see." As soon as she entered the door, the priestess called Bertha approached her. She wanted to find the wound and start treating it. "No, I'm not hurt. The reason why I asked you to come is to borrow the wisdom of the God of Guardians to explain what is going on." As she spoke, Serena once again reached her hand into the fireplace. In her opinion, such a strange situation could not be described with words. It was better to show it on the spot. As expected, the flames once again displayed a strange scene. However, this time it did not revolve. Instead, it formed a flame-shaped mark. Bertha's eyes widened. She could not help but exclaim, "Oh, God of Guardians! This was the ability to bathe in fire without burning. May I ask if your family has the fire elemental bloodline or the red dragon bloodline?" Serena furrowed her brows and tried her best to recall. Soon, she shook her head. "No, the only special bloodline that our family has is the elves. However, that's something that happened hundreds of years ago. Now, it's so thin that it can be ignored. That's the child in your belly. Can you tell me who the father is?" the priestess asked. As a priestess, she was able to determine the gender of the fetus, whether it was a boy or a girl, whether it was a twin or a multiple, by the time the baby was 5 months old. "I'm very sorry. Due to some special reasons, the child's father is in a very faraway place right now. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him." Serena sighed helplessly as she stroked her protruding belly. Any woman would want her man to be by her side when she was giving birth. Even a strong female knight like her was no exception. Sensing that fleeting sadness, Bertha immediately comforted her. "Don't worry, the God of Protection will definitely protect the child's father and ensure his safe return. Lastly, I'll take the liberty to ask if the child's father has any relatives. Can you arrange for me to meet him? This is very important. It will determine the child's future." No mother would not love her child. Serena immediately nodded when she heard that the child's future was at stake. "Of course. They all live in the castle. I'll get someone to bring one over." After saying that, she turned to Shirley and said, "Quick! Bring Miss Babla here for the priestess to see." A few short minutes later, Andre's little sister Babla walked into the room with sleepy eyes. She mumbled softly, "I'm so sleepy. Where am I?" As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into a deep sleep on the chair closest to her. She didn't seem to notice that this was no longer her room. The priestess gently walked to the girl's side and pulled out a strand of hair. She then cast an unknown divine spell as quickly as possible. A second or two later, the fiery red hair fluttered back to its natural state. Serena, who had been waiting by the side, asked impatiently, "How is it? Is there a result?" Staring at the burnt hair in her hand, Bertha explained in a deep voice, "Based on the degree of spontaneous combustion and the intensity of the flames, I'm 100% sure that she has a thin fire elemental bloodline. Normally speaking, such a fire elemental bloodline would not be able to trigger such a powerful resonance. Therefore, I concluded that the child's father must have undergone an intergenerational awakening, and the source of the bloodline must be very powerful. That's why the child in your womb has such a pure affinity for fire. Don't worry, once the child is born, you will slowly return to normal. At most, your resistance to fire will be several times stronger than ordinary people. Fire elemental bloodline? You're saying that my daughter will be born with a special bloodline? Serena's face was full of surprise and excitement. She couldn't help but be excited. The appearance of a special bloodline meant great power. It also meant that a noble family would enter a period of rapid growth in the next few generations. That's right. Just as I mentioned earlier, a very pure fire elemental ability. However, you'd better be mentally prepared. The child's appearance after birth will be somewhat different from ordinary people. The priestess was afraid that there would be a misunderstanding when the time came, so she hurriedly took precautions. After all, most of the commoners on the continent were very ignorant. They often treated children with special bloodlines as demons or devils, and directly threw them into the river to drown. Chapter 993. As a female knight, Serena naturally wouldn't be like those ignorant commoners. She nodded happily. Please don't worry. No matter how strange she looks, she is my beloved Bower. I'm relieved that you think so. In addition, you must do a good job of preventing fire. Before the child is sensible, she will instinctively approach all burning phenomena and even try to control the flames, which can easily cause a fire. I personally suggest that it is best to send her to the temple to be raised by the church. I'm afraid ordinary people won't be able to deal with such a child who is born with powerful supernatural powers. After speaking for a long time, Bertha finally revealed her foxtail. As a priest of the god of guarding, it was obvious that she wanted to brainwash the unborn child and make her a free fighter and a loyal follower of the church. This way, not only would the god of guarding's influence in the North County expand, but it would also integrate the fire elemental bloodline into the church. When the time came, the priest or knight would mate with the girl and give birth to a few descendants with the fire elemental bloodline. Well, it seemed that she was thinking a little too far. After all, the child wasn't born yet. However, the reason why Bertha was in such a hurry was mainly because she was afraid that once the news spread, she would have nothing to do with it. By then, no matter if it was the royal family or the nobles, they would all kill for this baby girl. After all, females were different from males. No matter how strong and powerful they were, they couldn't threaten the most fundamental thing of the nobles, which was the right of inheritance. Marrying a wife who was more capable and had a higher status than oneself wasn't a disgrace in the Cantaru kingdom. Instead, it was something worth bragging about. Serena saw through the priest's thoughts at a glance and rejected with a smile. I'm very sorry, but I can't decide who will raise the child. You'd better ask His Majesty Elroy and the Chief Grand Mage of the Palace, Domit. If they don't have any opinions, I'll be very happy to let the church raise the child. His Majesty the King and the Chief Grand Mage. Bertha stood up in surprise. She didn't expect that this child would be involved with two important figures. Although the Church of the God of Guarding had a strong foundation, it still couldn't be compared to the secular monarchs. That's right. Don't you know? The father of the child in my stomach is the hero who killed the necromancer Ulysses. He is also the supreme ruler of the North County. When she said that, Serena's eyes flickered with a strange luster, as if she was proud and also reminiscing. I see. The priestess nodded thoughtfully. She quickly stood up and bowed. I'm really sorry. I was rude. I'm willing to apologize for my rude behavior. Serena smiled and waved her hand. It's all right. I can understand your loyalty to the church. Besides, I also respect the God of Guardians very much. How about this? I will personally donate 500 Turith gold coins to God and ask you to build an altar in the castle to preach to the soldiers. What do you think? Thank you for your generous donation. I am very happy to accept your invitation to preach the grace of the God of Guardians to the soldiers. Bertha placed one hand on her chest and bowed again. Obviously, this was a disguised deal and compromise. Even though she rejected the Church of the God of Protection interfering with her daughter's education, Serena threw out the benefits of preaching to the army. As the saying goes, give a blow with a stick and a sweet with a carrot. Her attitude towards the churches of the gods was neither strong nor weak, maintaining a state of balance. In fact, there was a common conflict between theocracy and royalty on the entire continent. Sometimes, the Lord suppressed the power of the churches to prevent them from threatening their ruling position. Other times, they supported the churches and used their power to fight against enemies or monsters. In the North County, where the people were tough and monsters were rampant, the God of Guardians was the only God who was willing to help the Lords defend against the orc bandits. Therefore, Serena didn't want to make things unpleasant. The priestess clearly understood this and gladly accepted the donation. After all, the northern part of the continent was not as prosperous as the southern part of the continent. 500 large gold coins was equivalent to 1/5 to 1/6 of the annual tax revenue of the northern county. As a relatively poor lord, this donation could definitely be considered generous. Of course, she didn't know that Serena had secretly mined gold and gemstone mines and didn't rely on that pitiful amount of taxes to live. As the two sat down again, a battle without swords came to an end. Shirley, who was standing at the side, didn't even know what had just happened. Just as Serena was about to change into a more comfortable sitting position, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Following that, a large amount of pale yellow liquid flowed out of her lower body. The unbearable pain caused her expression to contort, and she couldn't help but scream. Bertha, who was sitting opposite her, saw this scene and immediately shouted nervously, "My God! Her water broke! Quick! Call the midwife! Madam is about to give birth!" "Oh. Okay." Shirley instantly trembled. She didn't care about Barbara, who was sleeping soundly on the chair, and rushed into the corridor. As she ran, she shouted, "Madam! Madam is about to give birth! Quick! Someone come!" Although her voice wasn't loud, it could be heard very clearly in the quiet night. In a short while, the castle was in chaos. From the servants to the male and female servants, everyone was busy. Andre's family, in particular, rushed over as soon as possible. The women went in to help, while the men stood at the door anxiously waiting. Fatty Louder was also excited. When he heard the news, he immediately ordered his subordinates to bring out a large box of shiny silver coins from his savings. There were hundreds of them, and he was prepared to reward the servants and midwives when the baby was born. "Ah! Harder! Madam! Please use more strength. The child's head is about to come out. Ah! Good. Very good. Madam, hold on. You're very strong. You'll be able to give birth safely. Do your best." Along with the heart-wrenching screams in the room, Atwood raised his fist and smashed it against the wall, complaining in a low voice, "Damn it! This is so worrying. Is giving birth so painful?" "Shut up. Just stay there obediently. That's how a woman gives birth. Your mother took more than 4 hours to give birth to you. You almost lost your life." Algernon glared at his eldest son and reprimanded him in a bad mood. Seeing his father angry, Atwood immediately shrunk his neck. Although he was now the captain of 100 guards and a professional warrior, he still had an instinctive fear of his father. Chapter 994. Waiting for labor was undoubtedly a very uncomfortable thing, but the woman in labor was even more uncomfortable. Serena felt as if her lower body was being forcefully torn apart by something, and the unbearable pain constantly attacked her brain. Her 2 hands gripped the armrests on both sides of the bed tightly. Under the immense strength of the night, the hardwood armrests had already begun to deform, and 2 very obvious handprints appeared where she gripped. Due to using too much strength, her face was a little pale, and her lips were trembling slightly. Her eyes were bulging, and sweat was flowing down her forehead. Serena, who had a near-death experience, even felt that the current situation was 10 times scarier than death, especially the pain that did not stop for a moment. Could completely drive someone crazy. Ma. All the best. You can do it. Shirley stood at the side and encouraged her with a basin of boiling water. Although she was only in her teens, the children of the poor were already in charge. She already knew how dangerous it was for a woman to give birth. Let, heart, will, ride, night. I will not be defeated by pain. As the last word was roared out from her throat, Serena suddenly exerted force and used her hands to crush the armrests. Out! It's out! The child is out! It's a young lady! A midwife cried out in ecstasy. Quick, slap her butt! Let her cry out! Another experienced midwife reminded loudly. The midwife quickly raised her hand and slapped the baby's butt. Slap! Wah 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 wah! A loud cry immediately reverberated in the room. Everyone present had a joyful smile on their faces. Crying meant that the baby's lungs were working normally, and it meant that she was healthy. Serena, who looked a little weak, could not wait to order, "Bring her over for me to take a look. Please be careful, Ma. The midwife wrapped the baby in a blanket and brought her to the bed. Serena carefully took the baby, and looked at her daughter carefully. Her eyes were filled with the radiance of motherhood. As she had just been born, the little one was slightly wrinkled, and was no different from an ordinary baby. The only difference was the color of the fetal hair. Generally speaking, most babies, regardless of their race, would have dark hair. They would be either black or dark brown, and some might even be slightly yellow. However, this little guy's hair was as red as a flame. After observing for a while, Serena handed the baby to the priestess waiting by the side and asked softly, "Can you do a blood test on her now?" "Of course. It's my honor." Bertha hurriedly stood up and bowed. She placed the little fellow on the table, and closed her eyes to pray. After more than a minute, she suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "In the name of the God of protection, please show me the power of this child's bloodline." Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. The baby girl's body instantly released a terrifying flame, directly burning the blanket wrapped around her body, along with the tables and chairs within 2 to 3 meters around her. She was like a high and mighty deity, floating alone in the air. Her 2 eyes, which had just opened, were releasing endless majesty. "Mortal! Who gave you the guts? How dare you spy on my descendants? Do you think that pitiful deity can really protect you? Remember, my name is Isoldezer, the Fire Elemental Prince, the controller of the flames of wrath. If you dare to offend me again, I will burn your soul to ashes." After saying these words in a roaring voice, the soaring flames were quickly extinguished, and the baby girl slowly fell to the ground. Her chest had been imprinted with a burning flame mark. Shock, fear, trembling. Although the knowledge issued a warning through the baby, the terrifying aura of the Fire Elemental Prince still frightened everyone in the room. Especially Bertha, who was trembling all over. If she was not a priestess of the God of protection, she would have collapsed on the ground like everyone else. Serena stared at her daughter with her mouth agape. She muttered to herself, "Oh my God! She's actually a descendant of the Fire Elemental Prince. It's unbelievable!" Bang! Just as everyone in the room was immersed in the majesty of Isoldezer, the door was suddenly knocked open. Atwood, who was holding a longsword, rushed in and asked loudly, "What's going on? I seem to have heard a stranger talking just now." "No, it's nothing. I'm just testing the child's bloodline." Serena came back to her senses and hurriedly explained. "Oh, sorry. I thought an enemy had broken in." Atwood quickly sheathed his sword and scratched his head awkwardly. Algernon, who had followed behind, kicked his eldest son and quickly took 2 steps forward. He picked up the baby girl on the ground and asked with a smile, "This is my granddaughter? She's so beautiful. Have you named her?" Serena smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Not yet. I was waiting for Andre to come back, so I haven't prepared one yet. It won't do if she doesn't have a name. Why don't we name one first and change it when he comes back? Algernon, who was the head of the family, suggested. The Canteru Kingdom was a country where patriarchal power reigned supreme. Among everyone present, only he had the right to say such words. All right, I'll follow your arrangements. I'm a little tired now and want to rest for a while. Serena opened her mouth and yawned as she spoke, rubbing her heavy eyelids. Algernon nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Have a good rest and leave the rest to us. Don't worry, even if the orcs invade en masse, I'll be able to help you hold them off. Since the mistress of the castle wanted to rest, it was naturally impossible for the unrelated people to continue staying in the house. They were all chased out, leaving only her personal maid, Shirley, to help Serena clean her body and clean up the leftover rubbish. Fatty Rotter let his subordinates carry a box and distribute 10 great silver coins to everyone who participated in the midwifery as a reward. At the same time, he asked the kitchen to increase the amount of food. Whether it was bread, meat, or ale, they were all provided in unlimited quantities. Everywhere he went, there was a joyous atmosphere. As for the baby girl, after she was cleaned, she was directly taken care of by Andre's mother. She had successfully raised 3 children and had enough experience to deal with all this. Just as more than half of the castle was celebrating, an eagle silently leaped from the roof and flew quickly in the direction of the royal capital. A few hours later, a spy quietly came to King Elroy's bedroom and reported in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, we just received news that the current ruler of Northshire, Lady Serena, has just given birth to a daughter. Both mother and daughter are safe, but something strange seems to have happened in the delivery room. I think it's necessary to send someone to personally investigate." Chapter 995. Oh? Have you heard any news? Elroy sat up from the bed and asked through the gauze curtain. As a king who worked hard for his country, no matter when, where, or what he was doing, once he heard any important news, he would immediately deal with it, even if he was being intimate with a woman. The spy maintained a kneeling posture and answered without raising his head, "Yes, Your Majesty. According to the information sent back by the Falcons, the baby seems to be a little special. Even the fetus on her body is strangely red." Red fetus? Elroy suddenly pulled open the curtain, his eyes showing unconcealable surprise. Has Master Domit read this information? What is his judgment? It has been sent. Master Domit believes that the baby may have a special bloodline. The possibility of her being a descendant of the fire element is more than 50%, the possibility of her being a descendant of the red dragon is more than 30%, and the remaining 20% is a descendant of demons, devils, or other lower planes. The specific situation cannot be determined unless we can get some blood, hair, or something like that. The spy answered in a calm tone. He seemed to be like a rock. No matter what happened, he would not be emotional, even if he saw a naked woman lying next to the king, and this woman happened to be the wife of the prime minister. In fact, in Orire, most kings would find themselves mistresses or lovers. Usually, these mistresses were either the wives or daughters of the nobles, or the ministers under their command. Some nobles even saw it as an honor for the king to take a fancy to their wives. It was said that King Patrice II of the Kingdom of Bamia even gathered the wives of the nobles under his command and formed a group of 72 beautiful women. No matter where he went, he would take them with him. From time to time, he would invite their husbands to have a group of sex parties. It was extremely promiscuous. Elroy had less than 10 mistresses at the moment, which was nothing compared to the number of mistresses he had. The king walked back and forth barefoot, as if he was thinking about something. After a full 3 minutes, he stopped and said to himself in a very playful tone, "Interesting, this is really interesting. I didn't expect that the chess piece that I set up without a doubt would have such a wonderful change now." Seeing that the king's mind was beginning to wander again, the spy hurriedly reminded him, "Your Majesty, our people are ready to go. You'd better make a decision quickly. It just so happens that we are going to declare war on the Bormia Kingdom next year. You can make a trip there in the name of gathering the vassals and ask Lady Serena to bring her daughter along. I believe she won't refuse." Elroy quickly found an excuse. "Don't think that it was outrageous to bring a baby to war. On the contrary, to the nobles, war was basically no different from hunting or going on a field trip. Not to mention babies, it was not strange to see prostitutes, merchants, and clowns performing in the barracks. Especially in the north where the feudal system was the most thoroughly implemented, if the two countries were to start a war and summon their vassals, the scene would definitely be unimaginable. Perhaps one wouldn't be able to tell when they were in formation, but once they entered the barracks, they would immediately feel as if they had entered a market. In order to reduce the logistical pressure and ease the tension of the soldiers, no matter where the army went, there would always be a large group of merchants following behind them. On the one hand, they would provide necessities such as food, clothes, ale, weapons, armor, women, and so on. On the other hand, they would purchase the spoils of war from the hands of the soldiers and nobles. Some of them even did business in human trafficking. Driven by the huge profits, the merchants were like greedy flies, constantly circling around the army. The nobles also felt that having a caravan following behind them would solve their logistical problems very well. Thus, the two sides hit it off, forming a stunning win-win situation. In addition, the nobles would often bring a lot of stunning things in order to make themselves more comfortable during the war, such as beds, pillows, carpets, bathtubs, mistresses. In short, there was nothing that they couldn't do. It was said that a few hundred years ago, the king of the Saxe kingdom would bring everything in his bedroom with him when he went to war, including a large number of paintings, sculptures, handicrafts, and so on. Just to protect these expensive gadgets, he would need an army of 300 people. Many small nobles of the enemy countries saw such an amazing amount of money and bowed down at his feet. As a result, there were only a few battles along the way, and they succeeded in flattening the small duchy that provoked them. To some extent, the war between human countries was not cruel. It was more like a grand armed parade. Many times, as long as your army was large enough, you could force the enemy to surrender and return to the negotiating table. The reason was very simple. Because of the feudal system, the country was not the country of the king alone, but the country of the entire noble class. Once they were scared out of their wits and were unwilling to fight, the king could do nothing but lower his noble head and slowly settle the score in the future. As for the unequal treaties, war reparations, and ceding of land, the king would bear most of it anyway, and the rest of the small costs could be shared by everyone. It was much better than fighting a war and losing the territory. The spy nodded softly. "Understood. I'll arrange it right away. In addition, there is another news. It is said that Baron Iverson, who was transferred to the south by you, has been flirting with Duke Lucian of the Kingdom of Bormia recently." "Humph. Don't worry about him. After we finish gathering the troops next year, he will soon be honest." Elroy sneered and waved his hand. For any king, how to deal with the rebellion of the nobles was a troublesome matter, especially the nobles near the border. Every few days they would change their allegiance. Perhaps they would follow the king in the north for a few years, and then follow the king in the south for the next few years. They were the perfect example of taking care of anyone who fed them. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." The spy bowed and quickly turned and disappeared into the night. As soon as he left, Madame Gong, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and teased, "My dear Emperor, your self-control is really amazing. You can actually stop in the middle of doing that kind of thing." "Ha ha ha ha. You insatiable little vixen, I'll finish the other half now." Elroy laughed and pounced on her, waving his big hand and slapping her white butt. "Pa! Ah!" The lady couldn't help but cry out, her eyes flashing with high lust. Instead of dodging, she raised her butt high. Accompanied by a frightened sound, after a while, a high-pitched moan came from the king's bedroom. Chapter 996. André didn't know that thousands of miles away, he already had a daughter who was related to him by blood. He also didn't know that a drastic change was brewing in the north. After another round of passion, André gently stroked his lover's smooth back and teased, "My dear, are you planning to squeeze me dry?" "No, I just cherish every minute that I spend with you," Elsa said in exhaustion. After more than an hour of fierce battle, her physical strength had long been exhausted, and even her voice was a little hoarse. "Can you tell me what you're worried about?" André asked as he kissed the young widow's forehead. As a sensitive person, he could sense that the woman in his arms was in a state of severe insecurity, as if she was always in a state of constant fear. Elsa stroked her golden hair and replied with a bitter smile, "I'm a woman who lost her husband and son, a woman who lost everything she relied on. I have no career, no property, and no money. I only have a daughter who is destined to marry someone. I've been thinking, what if one day I'm old and can't attract you anymore? Will I lie in that broken house and die alone, and no one will even know that my body is rotting and smelly? Hee, you're thinking too much. How can I be tired of such a charming woman like you? But just in case, I'll give you some insurance. In 2 days, I'll take over some of the spoils of war, including land and manors. You can choose one of the manors as your property. That way you won't have nothing." With that, André cupped his lover's face and stared into her charming blue eyes. After all, value was different in everyone's eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of a billionaire, it would be a huge profit if he could exchange 10 million for a sincere love, but in the eyes of a beggar, no matter how beautiful love was, it was not as important as a sumptuous meal. For the current André, money, land, and status were all no longer important, because he had already set his sights on a more distant place, which was the universe that even the gods couldn't understand. Manor? For me? Really? Elsa's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. One had to know that even the smallest manor was worth at least hundreds of thousands of gold coins with the current prices in Lincoln City, and one might not even be able to buy it even if they wanted to. Almost all the manor owners were nobles, and the remaining 10% belonged to wealthy merchants who were also in the upper class. If one's status wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to find a buyer even if they had the money. Chapter 997. Due to the excessive focus on defense at the expense of lighting, the castle at night always gave off a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Especially the hall on the first floor, it was empty, with only a few dim oil lamps providing a little light. When the wind blew through the narrow windows above, all the flames flickered constantly. Many servants would rather take the long way around the kitchen than pass through here. Sander was now in the empty hall, sitting on a hardwood chair with an expressionless face. His body, face, and armor were covered in dust and blood, as if he had just been robbed. His eyes were filled with anxiety. As a priest who had lost his faith, he was in a state of anxiety, and even the slightest movement would cause him to stand up in fright. One must know that the god of tyranny, Golden, was not a kind god, but an evil god through and through. Since he was an evil god, he naturally would not treat a priest who had betrayed him well. Not to mention whether he would be hunted down by the church. Just the constant pain in his head made Sander feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted to regain his power at all times. Otherwise, he would not have rushed here alone in the middle of the night after hearing André's words, fearing that he would miss this opportunity. Just as he began to feel suspicious, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the stairs leading to the second floor. Not long after, a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Sander, who was already impatient, immediately jumped up, knelt on one knee, and asked in an impatient tone, "Honorable Flaming Duke, I came here before midnight according to your orders. Please tell me, how can I regain my faith?" Looking at this man in his 30s with a resolute expression, André smiled contemptuously. He walked to the chair, sat down, and gently tapped the table. His eyes were always looking at Sander, and after a full minute, he let out a sneer. Humph. You know what? Your current attitude reminds me of a word, first arrogant, then deferential. Judging by your habits and character, you should be a complete villain. But it doesn't matter. In fact, I don't care about your character at all, and I don't care what you're thinking. As long as I can use you, it's fine. That's right, I have a way to restore your priestly powers, but I also have a way to restore your faith. But you have to understand that nothing in this world is free. If you want to get something, you have to pay the corresponding price. Now tell me, what can you offer? As soon as the last word was uttered, Sander immediately felt a terrifying force locking onto him. Any slight movement would cause him to suffer the fiercest attack. In just a few seconds, his entire back was soaked in sweat, and his forehead was covered with countless beads of sweat. He wanted to say something several times, but in the end, he swallowed his words. This was because he knew that he only had one chance to answer. If the conditions he offered were not satisfactory, then he would not be able to walk out of the castle today. Of course, so what if he walked out? In the end, he would still be hunted down by countless assassins and bounty hunters. It might take a few months or it might take a few years. One day, he would have nowhere to run and become a lifeless corpse. Even his head would be cut off as a token to collect the bounty. Without a doubt, this was not the life Sander wanted. He had the ability. He had some tricks up his sleeve. He was knowledgeable. He had an ambition that would never be satisfied. He longed to obtain higher power and status. In the process of learning in the Church of the God of Tyranny, he had fully understood that might was the essence of truth. After pondering for more than 10 minutes, he mustered up his courage and tore off the dirty armor on his upper body. Following that, he tore off his clothes, revealing his hairy chest. He shouted loudly, "I am willing to give up everything. My heart, my thoughts, my life. As long as you can help me regain my strength. Give me power. I would rather be a loyal hound by your side." Perhaps because the voice was too loud, the Krar hound pup sleeping in the corner of the hall woke up and whimpered. Following the smell, it quickly stumbled to its master's side to seek protection. André hugged the pup in his arms and stroked its furry head. He smiled and nodded, "Very good. I admire your attitude, and I admire your ambition even more. As the Fire Elemental Prince, the only spokesperson of Aesop Desser in the material world, I now bestow upon you his power. Now pray. Swear on your life, your thoughts, and your soul." After saying this, he raised his hand and poked at Sander's heart. Boom. A dark blue flame instantly entered the skin and detonated Sander's heart. The ambitious priest only felt a sharp pain, and his whole body began to burn. The severe burn made him unable to help but lie on the ground and howl in pain. What was even more surprising was that he did not die, and still had the strength to make a sound. However, priests were different from ordinary people in that they could sense things that the naked eye could not see. For example, Sander could sense a power surging like the sea from the flames. He did not hesitate and immediately raised his hands high, chanting loudly in an incomparably fanatical tone. "Great Aesop Desir, you are the most powerful prince of the fire elemental world. You are the ruler of the endless sea of fire. You control the power of anger. Your anger is enough to destroy everything. I am your most lowly servant. I am willing to give up everything for you. Use my life to spread your name. Let all mortals tremble in fear before your supreme power." With these flattering words, the flames on Sander's body began to shrink slowly, shrinking to the position of his heart and slowly condensing into a solid body. André, who had a similar experience, immediately realized that this was a sign that the elemental core had replaced the heart as the most important organ in the body. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps half an hour, when Sander finished chanting the last word, he suddenly stood up and opened his arms. Flames in the shape of two wings gushed out with a whoosh, releasing intense light and heat. Obviously, he had been accepted by Aesop Desir and became a priest of the blaze. And judging from the power he had just displayed, the priest's level was far above Fiona's. But this was not surprising. After all, Fiona was only a seedling with a little potential. But Sander had already received a systematic education before this, and the priest's level was quite high. It was far from what a little girl could compare to. Chapter 998. How does it feel to be a new life, dear Mr. Priest? Andre's lips curled up slightly as he asked in a playful tone. Sandel closed his eyes and felt the transformation from a purebred human to a semi-elemental creature. He quickly replied with a smile, "Great. As you just described, this is a new life. This is the generosity of the great Lord of Raging Flames. Compared to the stingy, petty, and greedy god of tyranny, he is as selfless as the sun and as loving as a mother." Although Andre already knew that more than 80% of priests would flatter the object of their faith, he still couldn't help but want to laugh after hearing it with his own ears. But considering that he was also a chosen of Aser Desir, he held back at the last moment and nodded gently. "Not bad, it seems that you have adapted very well. I really don't know if I should praise you for being a natural priest or for your cockroach-like adaptability. Either way, it is an affirmation of my ability. I gladly accept it." Sandel placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply. After becoming a priest, he could clearly feel the powerful power of Aser Desir in Andre's body, so he was particularly respectful. According to the general rules of Aurère's clergy, the status of the chosen would always be above that of all priests. "Tell me, what are your plans after regaining your faith?" Seeing that Sandel was so humble, Andre didn't want to force him too much and directly asked the most important question. After all, from the moment he became a priest of the Fire Elemental Prince, Sandel had joined Andre's camp, and there was almost no possibility of him betraying. Because his heart had been completely replaced by the elemental core, once he angered Aser Desir, he would lose not only his priest level, but also his life. As soon as he mentioned his plans, Sandel quickly put on a fanatical look and said loudly, "Of course, it's to spread destruction and death. Let the mortals see the power of the Lord of Raging Flames. Let them learn to fear. Learn to obey." Where do you plan to spread death and destruction?" Andre saw through Sandel's little trick at a glance and asked with a playful face. He was willing to bet that the words just now were definitely a test to see if he had been brainwashed like most of the chosen of the god. "Can't I go to Linton City?" Sandel asked knowingly and blinked. Hearing this, Andre couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. I have to say, you are really brave. Do you know how many dangerous people there are in Linton City? You actually dare to spread destruction and death and destruction in this city. Don't tell me you're tired of living?" One had to know that in Linton City, there were at least a dozen experts whose names could be called out. They were Transmutation Mage Boris, the Moon Elf Swordsman Ergen, the Undead King Absalom Blackburn's disciple Loriton, the Orc Warrior Keys, one of the top 3 knights in Linton City's Knight Regiment, and a senior member of the Mage Association who was at least level 10. Any one of these people could easily kill Andre 10 times over. Andre really didn't know how he had the courage to cause destruction in such a terrifying city. He reckoned that he would be crushed to pieces before he even started. "You seem to know a lot of secrets?" Sandel wasn't an idiot. He quickly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something and cautiously probed. "I do know a lot, but I don't intend to say it. You just have to remember not to touch Linton City, or even I won't be able to protect your life. Do you understand?" Andre stood up and gently put the sleeping paparazzo back to his original place. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Sandel sighed helplessly. "Sigh. Then where do you think I should go? The Lord of Raging Flames gave me a mission. If I can't make enough mortals fear me within a year, I'll be demoted. Haha, this isn't good news, is it? Finding that someone was as unlucky as him, André spread his hands in schadenfreude. Although Aesop Desser was absolutely generous when he bestowed power, he also had a lot of requirements, especially when he wanted to destroy cities and towns. It was simply insane to the extreme. But there was no other way. As long as you were unwilling to give up this power, you had to grit your teeth and complete it. It's not just bad news, it's completely terrible. For the sake of the Lord of Raging Flames, please show me the way. Sandel begged bitterly. After thinking for a few seconds, André smiled and suggested, "How about this? The inland lords in the north have been acting strangely recently. They seem to have formed a secret alliance. I just sent 2 of my men to investigate. You can go there and spread destruction and death." Inland? Sandel seemed to have thought of something and nodded thoughtfully. Sounds feasible. I can use the identity of a priest to sneak in and incite riots with the power of divine spells. I believe it will be very lively when the time comes. No, to be exact, it's already very lively now, and it will be even more lively in the future. Go ahead and do it. I'll give you a certain amount of support, such as providing funds, weapons, and armor. Just don't expose your identity. Although I'm not afraid of the Church of the God of Tyranny, I don't want them to come knocking on my door. After saying this, André quickly took out a piece of parchment from the cabinet and wrote a letter full of secret messages. He stamped it and handed it to the priest, then turned and walked upstairs. For him, his subordinate Sandel was just to break the game. It was like sacrificing a chess piece to test what the opponent had prepared for him. But Sandel didn't have the slightest awareness of being a chess piece. He happily accepted the letter, found a few clothes and armor in the hall, and left the castle that night. Although it didn't fit him very well, he could only make do with it. Because of the self-immolation, his clothes had been burned away, and his armor had become a pool of hot molten iron. After all, it was better to have something to wear than nothing. Standing by the window of the corridor on the second floor, André silently watched the chess piece that he had personally given away disappear into the night. A trace of excitement quickly appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "Dear Loretta, I've made my move. Now let's see how you deal with it. Ordinary numbers are useless against me." There were still more than 3 months before the official start of the game. He finally began to lay out the entire battlefield as a chess player. He believed that in the coming time, the frequency of both sides probing each other would increase, and it would become more and more dangerous. Once the opponent grasped a weakness, he would immediately fall into a passive position, or even lose. Chapter 999. A philosopher once said, "Happy times are always so short, and joy often stays in a moment." André, who had just tasted Elsa's sexy underwear, was woken up by a strange noise outside the window early in the morning. He opened his eyes and saw a pure white owl standing on the windowsill, using its sharp beak to rhythmically knock on the glass, making a crisp sound. Bang! 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 Resisting the urge to pluck out the bird's feathers, he gently removed the seductive young woman lying on top of him, stood up and opened the window. He angrily threatened, "Damn it! You better hurry up and find a reasonable excuse, or I'll roast you for breakfast." Coo! 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 Hearing that someone was going to eat it, the white owl hurriedly made a series of hurried calls, and then lifted its short leg to reveal the note tied to it. As a magic pet of a mage, it had very high intelligence and could understand more than 2 languages, including the common language. It was afraid that this human in front of it would put its verbal threats into action. What is this? André raised his eyebrows in surprise, and stretched out his hand to untie the note, only to see a small sentence written on it. "Something unexpected has happened, please return quickly, Mant." Looking at this sentence that had no beginning or end, he subconsciously frowned. Without asking, he knew that this note must have been sent by the necromancer's magic pet. Because of the size of the parchment, there was no way to write down all the details, so only the 2 words, "return quickly," were left. There must be a problem with the war. What kind of accident happened that made Mance send such a message? André squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. In his opinion, with the number and quality of the troops he left behind for Euras, it was almost certain that Duke Wyan would be defeated. How could there be an accident? Could it be that Loretta still had a backup plan? But it was a pity that the owl could not speak like a raven, so it could not answer any questions. It could only make a series of coo, coo sounds and then soared into the sky, flying towards Count Karl's territory. Elsa, who was lying on the bed, seemed to be awakened. She opened her sleepy eyes and asked in a daze, "What's wrong? What happened?" "No, it's nothing. Go back to sleep. I have to go out for a while. I might not be able to come back tonight," André replied with a smile. He cast a level 0 arcane spell on himself and cleaned up the dirt on his body before putting on his pants and clothes. He didn't know if it was due to the influence of his fire elemental bloodline, but he disliked water more and more. Especially when his whole body was soaked in water when he was bathing, he would feel an inexplicable irritation and disgust. Not coming back? Could it be that the battle at the front is not going well? Elsa rubbed her eyes and hurriedly sat up with a trace of fear on her face. André shook his head and explained, "I'm not sure. According to the comparison of strength, there shouldn't be any big problems. Maybe it was just an accident. Anyway, I'll go and take a look. Also, say sorry to Beverly for me. Today's magic application class has been cancelled." Perhaps affected by André's relaxed tone, Elsa's heart was soon put at ease. She pursed her lips and teased, "You'd better tell Beverly's class yourself. I don't want to annoy this naughty little demon. You know, she has been looking forward to your class for months. Now that it's cancelled, who knows what she will do. Don't forget, I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't deal with a mage apprentice." Okay, I'll explain it to you when I come back." André put on a pair of boots with a bitter smile on his face. To be honest, he was not a qualified teacher at all. Ever since he took the little girl in, he had only taught her a few classes. Most of the time, he was in the state of letting her learn by herself. Of course, in terms of knowledge and materials, he was quite generous. He provided a lot of related professional books and a large number of spells. Seeing her young and handsome lover talking to her in the tone of a husband and wife, Elsa suddenly had a feeling of being surrounded by happiness. She hugged André's waist tightly from behind, feeling his slightly broad and strong back. After a full half-minute, she whispered, "Be careful. Don't worry, I'm the Flaming Duke, immortal in flames. A few inland nobles won't be a threat to me." However, André was never the kind of person who would delay his work because of women. After a few minutes of lingering, he stood up and opened a spellbook to prepare for today's magic. It didn't take long for him to finish his preparations. After chanting an incantation, he disappeared from where he stood. With the help of Mance's secret imprint, he used only 1 second to make the positioning. He forced his way through the crack between the planes and appeared in the hall of a castle. "Who's there? Don't move. If you move again, I promise you'll become a porcupine." Before André could recover from the dizziness caused by the teleportation spell, he immediately heard a scolding in his ear. He shook his head hard and suddenly found that he was surrounded by strangers. Among them were a few soldiers with crossbows, their expressions extremely nervous. "Where is this? Where's Mant?" André was not the least bit intimidated by this small scene and directly asked. It was obvious that there was a slight error in his teleportation spell. However, from the faces of these armored soldiers and knights, it could be seen that they were not too far away from their destination. In fact, before one could learn the rank 7 spell precise teleportation, all teleportation spells could not avoid such a problem. This was also why many mages would rather walk, ride a horse, or take a boat than use teleportation. It was too easy for accidents to happen. Just as one of the soldiers was about to say something, a familiar shout came from the corridor. "Stop! All of you, stop! Ignorant fools! Do you know who he is? Put away your weapons! Immediately! Immediately! Otherwise, I'll skin you alive!" Chapter 1000. Along with the merciless scolding, a woman in black armor walked down the stairs. She was none other than the Dark Guardian, Yvette. André didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that she was different from 2 days ago. The aura of death and resentment around her was so dense that it almost solidified. He didn't know how many people she had killed to reach such a level. "Master, I'm very sorry. These are the captives that were recently recruited. They don't recognize you." Yvette placed one hand on her chest and bowed deeply. "What have you been doing recently? How did you end up like this?" André frowned and asked. Yvette smiled and replied in a pleasant voice, "I've been killing people. I've killed a lot of people. I've used their blood, death, and resentment to forge a magic sword. Why, do you want to see it?" "No, no need. You can keep it for yourself." André quickly shook his head. As a mage, he was very clear about the nature of these so-called evil magic items. Basically, they were cruel, torturous, and slaughtered to create strong negative emotions in intelligent beings. Then, they would use a special method to fix the negative emotions on a certain item. The power of these items was simply terrifying. Of course, there was a price to pay for using such a weapon. Normally, even a person with a little bit of conscience would feel disgusted, nauseous, and fearful when near an evil weapon. It was clear that André hadn't fallen to such a level yet, so he didn't want to make things difficult for himself. "Haha, that's a pity. I wanted to ask for your opinion." Yvette's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. The Dark Guardian was originally the backbone of the evil faction. André didn't expect her to help an old lady cross the road. He shrugged indifferently. "There's no need for an opinion. If I'm not wrong, this should be Count Karl's castle, right?" Yvette glanced coldly at the frightened soldiers around her and nodded. "Yes, master. Your eyes are as sharp as a torch. Just yesterday evening, we launched an attack on Duke Wayne's camp. It was almost effortless to destroy his ragtag army. Just the number of knights we captured was 6. There was also a lousy mage who came out of nowhere. So, everything should be going smoothly? Why did Mance send me a message saying that there was an accident?" André subconsciously frowned. He wasn't an idiot, and he wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. Although Yvette didn't mention what the accident was, she obviously didn't finish the sentence. "As you mentioned, there was just a small accident. When my dear Earl Karl discovered that the reinforcements had arrived, he actually chose to open the door and personally led the soldiers to rush out. He wanted to launch a pincer attack from both the inside and outside. But unfortunately, he overestimated his strength. A sharp sword pierced through his eyes and he died on the spot. He didn't even give us time to save him." When she said this, Yvette's face was filled with undisguised malice. Her tone was full of sarcasm. She didn't show any mercy just because the other party was a dead man. "Count Karl is dead? So, the contract signed before was also voided with his death?" André instantly realized where the real trouble came from. He couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. "That's right. That idiot is dead. He left us with a lot of trouble. He sent letters to Viscount Luxon, Count Cullen, Baron David, Baron Gott, and the Duke of Ferrant for help. Now, these 5 lords are quarreling non-stop in the room on the 2nd floor. Looking at their attitude, it seems that they want to divide up this rich territory. Lady Gloria and her daughter couldn't resist at all, so they could only ask us for help. In short, the degree of chaos is definitely beyond your imagination. Another thing worth noting is that the murderer who killed Count Karl wasn't Count Wynn's subordinate, but a tall orc warrior. He's very skilled in martial arts. The dwarf, Angel, and I couldn't get any advantage over him even when we worked together. Preliminary judgment is that the warrior's level is at least 12. Yvette was a dark guardian who was good at observation and analysis. At the same time, she was also a schemer. She longed to get enough authority so that she could use her own way to deal with these annoying human nobles. Of course, this deal with was just like the literal meaning. For the people of the evil camp, it meant that they would be destroyed both physically and mentally. André saw through his subordinate's plan at a glance. He smiled and shook his head. All right, I understand. This matter can't be solved with violence, so don't expect me to allow you to mess around. Now tell me, among these 5 lords, who really has the right to inherit this land? The failure of her little trick made Yvette a little unhappy. She pursed her lips and replied, although each of them claimed to have the right to inherit, after my investigation, only the Duke of Ferrant and Viscount Luxon are real. The other 3's inheritance documents are fake. The former is the nephew of Count Karl's mother, and the latter is the nephew of the Count's deceased father. But in terms of order, they should be ranked after Miss Elena. Unfortunately, due to the loss of too many soldiers, the number of the Count's militia and adventurers is less than 500. It's impossible to defend such a large territory. In addition, without your authorization, Euros doesn't dare to participate in this complicated political struggle. So they're ganging up to bully a widow and an orphan. These inland nobles' table manners are really ugly. After understanding the situation, André immediately sneered, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt. When it came to the issue of inheritance, there was a fundamental difference between the north and south of Orire. For a very thorough feudal system like the Canteru Kingdom, women had no way to inherit the territory. If they wanted to be in power, they had to find a puppet husband and control the territory through him. However, the south was different. Here, women didn't need to be the vassals of men. As long as they had outstanding political skills, they could also walk to the front and gain control of the territory. To put it bluntly, the fight for inheritance had always been about who had the bigger fist. André dared to guarantee that all the lords in the castle added together wouldn't be as powerful as his fist. So, whoever he supported would become the owner of this land. As for those who didn't agree with him, he would directly beat them until they were convinced. If the first time wasn't enough, then the second time. If the second time wasn't enough, then the third time. Chapter 1001. In the guest room on the second floor of the castle, the argument was still going on. What? You want the land beside the river valley? Absolutely not. That's right next to my territory. It should belong to me. Baron Gott, who had a head full of thick hair, slammed the table hard. He was so angry that he looked like a mad lion. Unfortunately, although he looked a little scary, he was the weakest among the 5 lords. The other 4 didn't even have the mood to roll their eyes. The Duke of Ferrant, who was the most powerful, snorted and continued, I think it's reasonable for the river valley to be divided under my rule. After all, I have the right of inheritance, unlike some people who forged documents. Who did you say forged the certificate? Earl Cullen suddenly stood up and shouted at Two Eyes. He was the second most powerful lord among the 5, so he wasn't as afraid of the Duke of Ferrant as the other 3. You know who I'm talking about. According to the ancient tradition, you don't have the right to inherit after 3 generations. Don't think you can get away with it just by changing your family's genealogy. Isn't that right, my dear Viscount Luxon? The Duke of Ferrant looked meaningfully at the young man sitting opposite him. As the only 2 who had the right of inheritance, Viscount Luxon was his natural ally, at least when it came to dealing with the other 3 lords. The young man smiled and nodded. You're right. That's great. A true noble comes from a noble bloodline, and the family's genealogy proves the root of everything. I can't imagine a noble who can change his own family's genealogy at will. Maybe his birth is fake. Although there wasn't a single word of profanity in this sentence, The other three lords' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. For a noble, questioning their family's bloodline was equivalent to pointing at their nose and calling them bastards. It was one of the most extreme insults. Even the Duke of Ferrant didn't expect this to come out of the young man's mouth. He was stunned and didn't know what to say. After all, suppressing his competitors was one thing, but completely falling out with them and becoming sworn enemies was another. He didn't want to create so many enemies for himself. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was getting tenser and tenser, Elena, who was hiding at the side and shivering, couldn't help but cry out loud. She was so sad that no matter how her mother tried to coax her, it was useless. This cry formed a strong contrast with the 5 nobles who were at daggers drawn. It was like a political satire from the Middle Ages, full of a dark aura. While comforting her frightened daughter, Gloria lowered her voice and asked Euros, who was silent beside her, "Sir Commander, you personally defeated the army of Duke Wyan. Are you going to let them be so arrogant?" "I'm very sorry, madam. The order I received was to help your husband defeat the enemy. I don't have the right to participate in politics." Euros shrugged helplessly. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of this unscrupulous inland noble. But he had no choice. As a person who had just been entrusted with an important task, he had to stick to his word and not do anything out of line. Otherwise, he would lose André's trust. Euros was no longer a willful, frivolous, and righteous young man. He was a leader who shouldered the prosperity of the entire tribe. If his behavior made André unhappy, then the people who were still suffering would lose the land they were about to get. "Haha, well, it seems that I've made things difficult for you." Gloria smiled bitterly and sighed. Her eyes revealed a look of despair. Just when she was considering whether to take her daughter back to her parents' home and seek protection from her father, a loud noise suddenly came from beside her ear. Bang! The originally closed door was kicked open by someone and flew up and slammed on the table. The 5 people who were quarreling were shocked. Who dares to break out of this room? Don't you want to live any more?" Baron Garter, who was suppressing his anger, pulled out his sword and roared madly at the door. But before he could see clearly who it was, he felt a black shadow rushing in front of him. Then, something slammed into his stomach. His silver armor instantly caved in, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He spat out the wine he had just drunk. "Humph, idiot. Watch your stinky mouth. Master didn't allow you to speak." Along with the contemptuous words, Yvette's figure slowly appeared from the dusty air. She had a chilling smile on her face. "All right, just a warning is enough. Don't kill him by accident. Otherwise, it will be troublesome for me to deal with it. Also, it's a sin to scare the beautiful and cute Elena," André said as he walked in from outside. His whole body was emitting a strong aura. He purposely used the power of the arcane eye to forcefully mobilize the magic energy in the air. Although it was not enough to form a magic effect, it was enough to make the people around him feel suffocated. Seeing that the person he was loyal to had appeared, Euros quickly stood up and walked forward. He knelt on one knee and handed over the thin sword that he always carried with him. "My lord, I have completed the task you gave me. This is the sword of power that you have bestowed upon me. Please take it back." André picked up the thin sword and nodded with a smile. "I have heard. You did well. As for the little accident at the end, it was not your fault. Now, get up and introduce these greedy guests to me." He did not show any mercy to the lords present. He purposely emphasized the words greedy and guest. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to reveal that none of them could invade Count Karl's territory. The Duke of Ferrant was enraged by this tough attitude. He immediately threatened, "I don't care who you are. Leave now. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of all 5 of us." "Enemy? Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. Perhaps this is a little hurtful, but I still have to say, you are not worthy to be my enemy." The moment the last word was spoken, André gave Yvette a look. The latter immediately understood. She walked in front of the Duke of Ferrant with a sinister smile, raised her spiked iron glove, and smashed it into his face. Ah! Duke Ferrant, who was in his 50s and lived like a prince, had never suffered such abuse before. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his bleeding face as he cried out in pain. Chapter 1002. I told you not to speak without my master's permission. I didn't expect you to forget it so quickly. Don't worry, I'll be happy to remind you when you forget. Just that it hurts a little. Yvette shook off the blood stains on her gloves, her tone full of sarcasm and contempt. Silence. The nobles who were arguing a few seconds ago all shut their mouths, including the two who were lying on the ground. They were not idiot. They knew when to take a hard stance and when to compromise, especially when there were no knights around to protect them. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, André nodded in satisfaction. Very good. If you cooperate early, you won't have to suffer. In order to improve our understanding, let me introduce myself. My name is André, a noble of Linton City. I'm also a senior member of Linton City's Mage Association and the successor appointed by the current president, Archmage Boris. Turith Valley and the Land of Brilliance are my sphere of influence. I'm here today for only one purpose, and that is to ensure that my ally, Count Karl's only child, Elena, can inherit her father's legacy. No matter who tries to divide this territory, it's the same as declaring war on me. I believe that you've all seen my army. If anyone thinks that they can defeat them, I'll be more than happy to let them tell you how foolish that is. Of course, if everyone is willing to cooperate, I can also point out a way for you. For example, Duke Wayne has just lost all his troop. His rich territory is extremely empty. If anyone wants to take a bite out of it, they'll definitely be able to tear the most delicious meat out of it. It's up to you whether you want to choose an enemy that's easier to defeat, or take the risk of being my enemy and bully the orphans and widows. I've finished my words. You can now express your opinions to your heart's content. Silence. Every nobleman lowered their head to digest the information revealed in the words. As a leader with flexible political skills, André did not blindly oppress them. Instead, he threw out a piece of delicious food for everyone to fight over. After all, Duke Wayne's territory, whether it was the size or the degree of wealth, was far greater than Count Karl's. Even if they couldn't conquer it, they would still benefit from it. Count Cullen pondered for a moment and was the first to ask, "How can you guarantee that these words are true? How can you guarantee that you won't stab us in the back when we start a war against Duke Wyan?" It's very simple. You can send someone to Lincoln City to inquire about my identity, and then you won't ask such a stupid question again. To put it bluntly, if I want to get rid of you and take over your territories and properties, I don't need to use any deceptive means. I can just crush you with my pitiful private army. I alone am enough. With that, André raised his right hand and abruptly transformed it into a fire elemental form. The terrifyingly high-temperature flames spread throughout the room, but it did not burn anything. The precision of the control was simply amazing. After doing all this, he asked in a playful tone, "So, do you understand the gap between us now? Please remember that this is not a request, nor is it a negotiation. It is an order, an ultimatum. It's not that I don't have the ability to kill all of you, but I think it would be very troublesome to do so. I hate trouble, so I hope you can understand the current situation." Although these words were very rude, Count Cullen did not get angry. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I understand what you mean, but I need a few days to think about it." "No problem. My promise is valid for a week, but after a week, I will treat anyone who does not reply as an enemy. Please take care of yourselves." With that, André raised his hand and made a gesture to send the guests off. The 5 lords did not say anything and immediately left in a single file, disappearing at the end of the corridor. As soon as they left, Gloria quickly rushed over and offered a grateful hug and a passionate kiss. "Thank you. You really appeared at the right time. In a few minutes, they will have finished dividing my husband's territory. At that time, Elena will most likely get nothing. Andrei shook his head with a smile. You are too polite, madam. This is the duty of an ally. After all, we still have a secret agreement to fulfill. Please rest assured. When the crisis is over, I will send invitations to the surrounding lords as soon as possible according to your request. Gloria solemnly promised. She was very clear that for a long time, she and her daughter would need to live under the protection of this young man in front of her, so she did not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. There is no rush. You should have complete control of the territory in your hands first. You should know that even though those greedy lords have been forced to retreat by me, they will never stop their dirty tricks in private, especially when it comes to influence. Even I don't have a good solution, so you can only rely on yourself to solve it. With that, Andrei stepped to the window and looked at the scenery in front of the castle. He saw the 5 people who just walked out with solemn expressions. They did not say a word and returned to their barracks outside the castle. He did not know what they were thinking about. However, one thing was certain. The 2 fellows who were treated violently must be full of resentment in their hearts. It was not surprising that they would do something out of line. Gloria took a deep breath and asked in a probing tone, "Can I ask your army to stay here for a while longer?" "About 2 months will do. I need some time to recruit and train soldiers." "Yes, I will let Yvette and her subordinates stay outside the castle. If you have any special requests, you can communicate with her directly." Andrei did not turn his head and pointed to the dark knight standing next to him. The latter was obviously very happy to accept such a task. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he bowed slightly. "It's my honor. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I don't mind letting them see what a cold and cruel suppression is." Hearing this, Gloria instantly shivered. She had seen with her own eyes how Yvette cruelly killed captives, tortured those who were alive, and finally turned them into mindless beasts. To some extent, she was far more afraid of Yvette than those greedy inland nobles. However, in order for her daughter to smoothly take over the territory when she grew up, she endured it and forced out a smile. "I am relieved to have you and your army to protect me." Andrei clearly saw the fear in the young lady's eyes, but he did not say anything and only smiled meaningfully. Sometimes, it was not a bad thing to keep your allies in awe and fear. Chapter 1003. Andrei never liked to procrastinate. After attending Count Karl's funeral, he returned to the Tues Valley and left the miscellaneous items to his subordinates to deal with. He calmed himself down to digest the magical knowledge and techniques he had obtained during this period of time. He also taught his apprentices at the same time. His days were both leisurely and fulfilling. However, as the saying went, the time of relaxation was always extremely short. After only half a month, the undead king, Absalom Blackburn, broke the peace. "We have found a way to transform the mastermind. Now, it is my honor to invite you to witness this moment of miracle." After the Lich teleported to Andrei's private room, he went straight to the point. He did not even have the mood to care about the servant beside him who was dumbfounded. He pulled Andrei, who had yet to react, and directly activated a teleportation spell and disappeared on the spot. Accompanied by a strong wave of dizziness, Andrei only felt that his body was being squashed, passing through a layer of mysterious substance that was like a transparent film. Then, he staggered and jumped out of the space crevice, almost falling to the ground. Just as he was about to ask, a man in a luxurious dark red robe walked over directly. He opened his arms and greeted with a smile, "My dear old friend, is this the owner of the Arcane Eye?" "That's right, Walter. Don't you feel that he is different?" The undead king replied with a smile. Of course I feel it. It is just as the prophecy has revealed. He has brought us a new point of view, a new concept, and a new way of thinking, a cradle that can continuously nurture mages." Is there anything more exciting than this? The man called Walter raised his hands and shouted excitedly. The undead king nodded emotionally. Yes, you're right. We've been hiding under the surveillance of the gods for thousands of years. It's time to open the door to a new world and let them crawl and tremble under the power of arcane magic. Feeling the terrifying magical energy surrounding the middle-aged man called Walter, Andre instantly realized that he was also a survivor of the ancient magic civilization who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lich. He was a true legendary mage. He did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly placed one hand on his chest and bowed. It is an honor to meet you, master. Walter smiled and bowed back. No, I should say that I'm the honored one, the prophet. You have to know that many of us have developed a strong interest in you, and some of us even desire to hear the wonderful ideas in your head. If it weren't for the fear of affecting your growth, many of the counselors wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to invite you. All right. Cut the crap. Let's go in and start the ceremony. I can't wait to see the miracle of this necromancy spell. The undead king impatiently waved his hand and quickly walked toward the huge, arched building in front of him. Under the powerful drag of the Lich, Andre could only smile apologetically and follow closely behind. Not long after, they saw a huge pool with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The thing floating in the pool was none other than the mastermind formed by the countless brains of the Mind Flayers. This special life form with powerful psionic powers seemed to have sensed that it was about to die. It kept releasing waves of powerful psionic attacks, and even the 3-meter-tall adamantine golems were almost flipped over. However, it was a pity that even though the Cortex Prime's power was considered strong, it could not release its psionic powers too far under the combined suppression of several legendary mages. Before it could go beyond a range of 20 meters, it was blocked by an invisible energy field. This is the mastermind? It looks so majestic. Andre narrowed his eyes and mumbled to himself. Although he had seen similar illustrations in books before, he still could not help but feel the wonder of the creator when compared to this huge human brain that was exposed to the outside. The undead king pointed at the mastermind in the pool and explained, "This is the third mastermind we captured from the underground world. At the same time, it is also the most powerful one. The city it was in had more than 4,000 adult Mind Flayers, more than 30,000 strong slaves, and we lost more than 50 golems. But it was all worth it. Today, it will become the cornerstone of the rise of the magic civilization." Hearing the Lich's description, Andre could almost imagine how intense the battle was at that time. After all, the golems were born to resist attacks, so there was no need to doubt the toughness of their bodies. Not to mention completely destroying the core, just breaking the magic coating on the surface would require repeated hammering with heavy weapons. 50 golems, together with enough soldiers, could completely wipe out 1 or 2 feudal kingdoms on the surface world. But in the underground world, they were all destroyed after conquering a city of Mind Flayers. It was no wonder that some people said that the underground world was not on the same level as the surface world. If it were not for the fact that the underground creatures could not adapt to the radiation of the sun, the fragile human civilization would be in danger of being destroyed. After briefly introducing the process of the experiment from the beginning to the present, the undead king left Andre where he was and quickly stood in his position. He exchanged glances with the other legendary mages in different attire, and then began to chant spells loudly. With the amazing magical power of the legendary mages, in just a few seconds, the entire building was filled with a terrifying energy storm. It was like a dazzling nebula, quickly surrounding the Cortex Prime and penetrating through the smooth folds bit by bit. Naturally, the Cortex Prime would not allow an external force to control it. It frantically released its psionic ability, and the sound of air explosions reverberated in the air, forcibly tearing the energy storm apart. But unfortunately, its struggle was futile. Under the control of the legendary mages, the storm quickly returned to its original state and continued to slowly nibble away. A minute passed. The resistance was still ongoing. 10 minutes passed. The resistance had weakened slightly. An hour passed. The resistance seemed to be gradually weakening. An entire day passed. The Cortex Prime's resistance finally stopped, as if it had accepted its fate. It allowed the magic energy to enter its nervous system, and after a while, its consciousness began to dissipate. Just when Andrei thought that the conversion was successful, a terrifying shock wave suddenly erupted near the connection point below the brain pool. In just a moment, it completely destroyed the energy field that covered the outside. The legendary mages immediately realized that the situation was not good, and activated the protective spells on their bodies. For a moment, an incomparably gorgeous arcane brilliance filled the air. Chapter 1004. Damn it! The situation is getting out of hand. Activate the ultimate defense spell formation immediately. A female legendary wizard shouted at the top of her lungs. She did not care about her dignity or modesty now. She only wanted to minimize the damage. Otherwise, the demiplane where the experiment was held could be destroyed by this strange shockwave. A demiplane was not a huge, complete place like the material world. It was more like some kind of fragment floating in the endless void. If it was hit by a powerful force, it could very well collapse. What were the consequences of a demiplane collapsing? The answer was simple. First, during the collapse, the surrounding space would slowly collapse. Everything would be compressed into a singularity, waiting for the next explosion. During this process, the failure rate of any teleportation spell was as high as 99%. In other words, if one could not escape before the collapse began, there was no need to run in the future. They could just sit there and wait for death. Obviously, the shockwave from the death of the mastermind was enough to destroy this demiplane. Thus, the legendary wizards were all very nervous, afraid that they would accidentally destroy this place. No, don't activate it. The ritual is at a critical moment. I won't allow anyone to destroy it. Hold on. Hold on. The undead king seemed to have entered a state of madness. He did not care about any possible danger and continued to guide the magical energy to modify the mastermind's nerve. The other legendary mage glanced at the lich and immediately cursed through gritted teeth. Bastard! Absalon is crazy. Even if we all have the means to revive, we can't just waste it like this. Calm down. Absalon is right. The ritual is at a critical moment. And isn't the second layer of protection still in effect? For the rise of the magic civilization, this risk is worth it. Walter supported his good friend and quickly returned to his original position to help guide the energy that had gone out of control. As survivors of the ancient magical civilization, the legendary mages yearned to reappear at every moment or even surpass the glory of the past. That was why they all gritted their teeth and returned to their original positions. Soon, a loud chant echoed in the air. No one retreated. No one ran away. No one gave up on their duty. Even the adamantine golems were crushed into powder by the terrifying shockwave. Andrei, who was standing not far away, saw everything with his own eyes. He could not help but sigh softly. Is this the persistence and courage of the legendary wizards? It was truly amazing. No wonder the ancient magic civilization was able to fight against the gods when it was at its peak. According to the records of the Creator, magic is something more advanced than divine power. It is also the only energy in existence that can fight against divine power. Therefore, during the ancient magic civilization, countless legendary mages believed that they would one day be able to reveal the power of the source of magic and use it to create a perfect world. Amos, the Eye of Future, explained in his mind with its metallic voice. Haha, you don't understand. In fact, most of the time, the deciding factor of victory and defeat isn't just the level or strength. Quantity and methods are also very important indicators. Think about it: if you have a level 3 fireball scroll in your hand, and your opponents are indeed 3 guys with missile magic wands, under the premise that both sides have no protection, do you think you have a chance of winning? The answer was obvious. You could only kill one enemy at most, and the remaining 2 would use magic missiles to shatter your head. In fact, the ancient magic civilization didn't lack powerhouses. What they lacked more was quantity. Although there were many legendary mages, compared to the gods that filled the sky, they were still too few. Having said that, Andrei sighed slightly, as if lamenting that such a powerful and advanced civilization had been destroyed by the gods just like that. Just as he was communicating with Amos, the ring-shaped shockwave in the building finally broke through the last layer of blockade and flew straight towards the legendary mages. If there were no accidents, they would be cut in half at the waist in a few seconds. The undead king's 2 arms were left with only bones, and 2 cold glints appeared in his eyes. Using all his strength, he chanted the last line of the incantation, Barney. Duca. Shrek. A dark red arcane light gushed out from his body and completely enveloped the main brain. In the next second, his body was hit by the energy ring, and the protective spell on his body only lasted for a second before it exploded with a boom. Even with the lich's bones that were as hard as mithril, they were shattered in an instant, leaving only a skull floating in midair. As for the remaining legendary mages, without saying a word, they cast teleportation spells one after another and escaped. Seeing that the terrifying energy ring was getting closer and closer to him, Andrei couldn't care about anything else. He quickly operated the power of the arcane eye to the limit. The golden ring in his pupil quickly surrounded his body, continuously absorbing the terrifying energy and turning it into experience points. In the blink of an eye, his experience points skyrocketed to a terrifying number, enough to be promoted to a level 15 mage. The shockwave came and went quickly. In just a dozen seconds, it turned into dust in the air and completely disappeared. As the arcane eye had absorbed too much of it, it didn't destroy the entire half-plane. It only smashed the upper half of the entire building, like a sharp knife that cut from the upper half. The roof and walls were all turned into some unknown fine particles under the effect of the energy ring. Now, Andrei could see the strange sky of the half-plane when he raised his head. There was no sun, moon, or stars here. There were only dazzling ribbons of multicolored light floating in the endless void. He wasn't in a hurry to raise his mage level. Instead, he stepped in front of the huge main brain and reached out his hand to touch the wrinkled surface covered in mucus. Instantly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ha 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 ha. I did it. I finally did it. This is a miracle of necromancy. A main brain with the attribute of being undead. A creation created by the perfect combination of psionic energy and arcane magic. I can feel that my thinking ability has been infinitely magnified. A master, it's you? Heavens, you've actually injected your soul and consciousness into the main brain. This is really crazy. Andrei was dumbfounded, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He even specially turned his head to glance at the lich skull floating in midair. He couldn't believe that the undead king had abandoned his identity and become a part of the main brain. Chapter 1005. Shock. Fear. Trembling from the bottom of his heart. No wonder some people said that if the ancient magic civilization had not been destroyed by the gods, sooner or later, it would have killed itself. The reason was simple. At that time, the mages' brains were seriously abnormal. They did not care about their own lives. They did not care about the lives of others. They only wanted to explore the unknown world, even if it might bring about devastating consequences. Andrei did not dare to imagine that if he were to be with such a group of lunatics, would his brain also become abnormal? One must know that human beings are very easily influenced creatures, especially in a large group. The will of the individual is often subconsciously subservient to the will of the group. There is a famous social psychologist on Earth, Gustave Le Pen, who wrote a book called The Rabble based on this. The point of view in the book was that even if people had their own independent opinions, once they joined a group that was bewitched by the ideology of people's worship, they would become a member of the mob. Like a chemical reaction, they would become a group of crazy and evil people. Moreover, they would be inspired by a sense of historical mission or righteous mission, and would not have any consciousness of crime. Obviously, André did not want to be like the undead king, who was willing to give up everything to explore the unknown magical realm. So he was instinctively afraid of being in the center of this group of dangerous people who had lost their self-control. As a mastermind that could easily spy on other people's thoughts and souls, Absalom easily sensed the fear of the young man in front of him. He immediately comforted him with a laugh through the power of the mind. "Don't worry, we have no plans to turn you into a mage like us. You are special and unique, so we will not interfere with your growth and decisions. We will only silently guard you and pay attention to your every move. That's all." André smiled and shook his head. "No, master, I'm afraid you don't understand my concerns. In the world I used to live in, there was a saying that the greatest power of a nuclear weapon was placed on a launcher, not fired directly. You should be able to understand the concept of nuclear weapons from my thoughts, right? Of course. Unparalleled power, even used to destroy the world. Killing most of the gods is no problem. It's hard to imagine that in a world without any supernatural power, you can actually create so many inconceivable things." The undead monarch exclaimed loudly with his mind power. "Then do you know why this weapon was never used again after being used once?" André asked with a smile. "Why?" This question obviously stumped Undead King. He used the highly developed thinking ability of the mainframe to quickly think. After a while, he answered with some uncertainty, "Could it be because of fear? Your world doesn't have any supernatural powers, which means that once this weapon is used in actual combat, not many people will be spared. When civilization is destroyed, everything known as technology will rapidly degenerate, and perhaps the entire human race will be wiped out." André nodded. "That's right. It was because of fear. Fear comes from the unknown. It originated from the awe of something powerful and irresistible. Therefore, when the nuclear weapon was placed on the launcher and had not been launched, it would have the greatest deterrent effect on the target. Similarly, I think that overly powerful magic should not be used too many times, especially legendary magic and the divine weapons of the ancient civilization. In addition, the target of your threat was also wrong. It should not be the gods, but the mortals of the material world. As everyone knows, the gods that exist in this universe, most of their power comes from the influence of the material world. They need believers and mortals to agree with their ideas. But what if these mortals abandon them? The answer is simple. They will weaken, fall, and even become the target of countless people's curses, falling from the high position of gods. Imagine, if the ancient magic civilization used powerful legendary magic to announce to the world that any country or town that dared to build a temple and spread faith would be ruthlessly destroyed. Guess what would happen? The legendary mages would not even need to do anything. The panicked civilians would riot, tear the priests of the gods to pieces, and then respectfully send their corpses. The temples of the gods would be destroyed. The foundation of faith would be shaken. The gods, who had lost their influence, would immediately fall into unprecedented panic. Not only would they not dare to attack the magic civilization, but they would also have to humbly beg you to release the restrictions, and even sign a series of unequal treaties. As André spoke unhurriedly, the legendary mages who had returned to the demi-plane gathered to listen to this idea that had never appeared in Oriar before. In fact, the ancient magic civilization was a symbol of human freedom from slavery, so the legendary mages were, to some extent, the guardians of the entire human world. They had never thought of threatening themselves, let alone threatening the gods by slaughtering humans. But Andrei was different. He came from Earth, and had long been used to the ugly faces of politicians. What these guys were best at was not how to make the lives of ordinary people better, but how to kidnap and bind millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people to themselves. Once a war broke out, they would immediately send the innocent people to their deaths, while they hid in a safe place with large amounts of wealth and family, waiting for the results. For example, a certain man who was respectfully called the father of the nation would run to a neighboring country to ask for political asylum every time he launched an armed uprising. He even took the time to sleep with a teenage foreign girl when the soldiers were fighting desperately. Another example was a certain fat man who was born in the 80s who completely put his and his family's interests above the interests of the people. He did not even spare the underage children, and even made them take bullets for him. In Andrei's view, with the power of the survivors of the ancient magic civilization, if they wanted to fight the gods head-on, they had to put aside the idea of the so-called guardians of human beings and achieve their goal through terror. After all, because of the barriers set up by the gods themselves, the gods were now unable to send their incarnations and saints. It was difficult for the legendary priests and paladins to kill the legendary mages. They could use this loophole to rebuild a kingdom of their own, instead of hiding in the dark and controlling everything like now. Every legendary mage had a thoughtful expression on their face. There was no need to ask to know that they were tempted, especially an old man with messy hair and eyes that shot out a crazy light. His whole body was releasing a chaotic and evil aura, and he would occasionally laugh creepily. Chapter 1006. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Well said. That was really well said. I've mentioned it before. You have to be unscrupulous when dealing with the gods, even if you have to destroy the entire world. But you've always been so cowardly. Look at now. We actually have to hide ourselves like rats. The old man waved his arms wildly, roaring with a hoarse voice. He looked so crazy that it was hard for others to tell if he was still mentally sound. Another beautiful woman with a crown on her head shook her head with a wry smile. Don't go crazy, Damon. If everything goes according to your plan, there won't be anything left alive in the entire Oleal continent. Yes, especially that magical plague you've researched. It's really terrifying. You only need to release it in a densely populated area, and it will immediately cause a huge riot and panic. The living will die quickly and then automatically turn into undead. Even the healing spells of the divine arts will be helpless against it. Another legendary wizard stood out and agreed. It could be seen that this old man called Damon was a truly dangerous person who specialized in the study of those terrifying biochemical weapons of mass destruction. However, he obviously didn't feel that way. He immediately glared with two red eyes and retorted, "So what? It's even better if they all die. That way we can build a country completely made up of pure wizards." Heavens! It's happening again. You old lunatic, don't tell me you're secretly conducting dangerous experiments forbidden by the council? Walter slapped his head and groaned. When the beautiful woman with the crown heard this, she seemed to have received some sort of shock. She was so frightened that she immediately trembled. Damn it, Damon! Hurry up and hand over the dangerous items on you. This is the base for us to nurture future acolytes. I don't want to see it become a land of death where no one can approach. Ha 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 ha. All right. Since you insist, I won't hand over my research results to you. Instead, I'm going to give it to the owner of the Arcane Eye. I believe that this young man will definitely use it in the right place. After saying that, the crazy old man took out a small bottle of green liquid from his multidimensional bag and gently placed it in Andrei's hand. Inside the liquid, there were countless souls in pain that could be seen with the naked eye. As soon as Andrei held the item in his hand, his sixth sense began to sound alarms. Relying on the Arcane Eye's power, he quickly figured out the item's function. Immediately he felt uneasy. Super Magic Plague, 176th Improved and Strengthened Edition. It can infect any animal, plant, water source, land, and it can absorb the magic energy in the air and grow rapidly. In 3 to 5 days, it can turn a village full of people into undead that carry the plague, and in a week to half a month, it can destroy a city. No known divine spells in the world have any effect on it. Once it spreads, the entire continent may become a ghost town. Currently, the only way to prevent it from spreading is to burn it with fire. There was no doubt that this thing was a super biochemical weapon from another world. In terms of power, it was miles ahead of the viruses, bacteria, and chemical gases developed on Earth. To a certain extent, it was indeed a weapon of mass destruction that could not be spread, but to really use it, one would need a crazy heart. Andre felt that he could not bear to do it, and hurriedly returned the small bottle. "I'm sorry, Master. This thing is too dangerous. I don't think I have the ability to control it." Damon did not reach out to take it. Instead, he smiled and shook his head. "No, you have the ability and are the most suitable candidate. Especially that speech about the deterrence of weapons, it was really well said. Take it and release it when you think it's necessary. Teach the arrogant gods a lesson." "All right, since you insist," Wang Yao said. The corner of Andre's mouth twitched as he took the small bottle and carefully kept it close to his body. He planned to make a box out of mithril to seal it when he returned, and it would be best if he never had to use it in his life. Seeing that the dangerous item had fallen into the hands of a normal person, every legendary mage present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With their power, they did not have to worry about dying even if they were infected by the plague. However, no one wanted to be a moving source of infection, bringing death and fear wherever they went. In the next few hours, the legendary mages began to test the performance of the Cortex Prime, its speed of calculation, logical thinking, and so on. Not long after, they were surprised to find that under the control of the Undying King, this thing was simply like an omniscient and omnipotent monster. No matter what question it was, it could quickly give an answer. More importantly, the Cortex Prime could also split itself into fist-sized cells. It was equivalent to a portable microcomputer. Not only could it store knowledge and answer questions, it could also be carried around in a glass container. Finally, according to conservative estimates, with the Undying King's vast knowledge base and rich experience, it could at least take on 3,000 to 5,000 apprentices at the same time. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. Many legendary mages were wild with joy. This was because even at the peak of the magic civilization, the number of mages did not exceed 100,000, let alone in this era where magic was extremely declining. It would only take 10 to 20 years for these apprentices to grow into independent spellcasters who could continuously contribute to the rise of the magic civilization. They could even sound the horn to fight back against the gods. As the person who came up with this concept, Andre immediately received praise from countless people and received all kinds of benefits. He received more than 20 magic scrolls alone, all of which were 7th, 8th, and 9th level arcane spells. There was no lack of the long-lost limited wish, finger of death, weather control, time stop, epidemic explosion, and so on. It could be said that with these scrolls, even if they were jointly wanted by the churches of the gods, they would be able to kill their way out. In addition, the Undying King also gave away the Death Meditation Robe, the Great Mage's Staff, 2 super storage rings, the Dragon Skin Belt, and so on that he did not need. At the same time, he also gave away a temporary base, in which there were hundreds of professionals who had been petrified and sealed. Even his remaining skull was no exception. After all, the skull of a lich was the best magical material. With a little processing, it could be used to create legendary equipment. When they parted, he gave a meaningful reminder to Andre to end the little game around Lincoln City as soon as possible, and then go to the north to embrace his own destiny. Chapter 1007. Even though André did not really understand what his destiny was, that did not stop him from understanding the importance of this journey, especially the other half of the arcane eye. He had to find it at all costs. With countless doubts and incomprehension, he once again passed through the cracks of the material world and arrived at a dark underground palace from the hidden demi-plane. With the help of his dark vision, he quickly discovered the dilapidated statues and murals around him. Clearly, this was one of the temporary bases of the Undying King, and the former capital of the ancient Barinta Empire. However, just as the mages often mentioned, life would eventually die, and even the strongest empire would decline one day. Only arcane magic and time were eternal. The legendary mage Walter observed the surroundings as quickly as he could, and immediately smiled after finding no danger. "All right, I'll send you off here. Mages are very particular about privacy. You can slowly explore on your own. After all, you have the Archmage's staff and the secret imprint. You don't have to worry about being attacked by the magic guards." André placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Thank you very much for your help. Let me do the rest. After all, exploration and discovery is also a form of enjoyment. Anyway, this is the material world. I can cast a teleportation spell and return home. Then let's part here. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, you'll have completed the turning of your destiny and become a spellcaster who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Explain to me, and we'll have a good discussion about the future direction of the magical civilization." With that, Walter softly chanted an incantation, and his entire body was quickly sucked into a black hole, vanishing without a trace. Phew! He's finally gone. Watching them leave, André immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Being with these legendary mages, who were surrounded by terrifying magical energy all the time, was just too stressful. He was like a little lamb in a pride of lions. There was no sense of security at all. Of course, these legendary mages did not have any ill intentions. In fact, they were very friendly. However, lions were lions. No matter how friendly they were, they could not hide their dangerous nature. As someone who liked to leave a backup plan behind, no matter what he did, André decided that it would be better to stay away from them for the time being before he gained enough power to speak to them as equals. After slightly relaxing his tense nerves, he immediately began to check the magical equipment that he obtained from the Undying King. First was the Archmage's staff. This staff was engraved with runes and magic seals. One end of the staff was wrapped in mithril, while the other end was embedded with a fist-sized emerald. It was a powerful magical weapon with more than 5 permanent spells. Anyone who picked it up would immediately obtain a level 8 arcane spell, Mind Barrier. It would grant immunity to all mental, emotional, and detection spells. Regardless of whether it was the Mind Flayers that specialized in mind control or all kinds of strange enchantment spells, they would all lose their effects. Even if they were careless, they would instantly wake up as long as they held the staff. The other 4 permanent attributes of the staff were: Rank 3 Arcane Spell, Advanced Mage Armor. Its defensive power was equivalent to a full set of steel armor, and it could not be used at the same time as a Rank 1 Mage Armor. 4th Rank Arcane Spell, Advanced Resistance Increase. Greatly increases the user's resistance to various types of magic. Rank 2 Arcane Spell, A Dimensional Leap. Similar to the ability of the Shifting Beast Ring, the user would be able to teleport anywhere within their line of sight without any restrictions. Rank 5 Arcane Spell, A Dragon's Strength. Strength, Vitality, and Charm would all be increased by +4. Dragon scales would also appear on the surface of the user's skin, providing a certain degree of protection. It could be said that as long as one picked up this staff and applied the stone skin spell, even if one stood in the midst of an army of tens of thousands and allowed ordinary soldiers to hack at them for several days and nights, it would not be a problem. Apart from that, the emerald at the top of the staff had an additional magic dispelling effect. Anyone who was hit by it would have a certain chance of dispelling the effects of their spells, regardless of whether they were good or bad. In addition, the staff would allow the wielder to cast 3 level 6 spells: Chain Lightning, 4 level 5 spells, Icicle, 5 level 4 spells, Wall of Fire, 8 level 3 spells, Flame Arrow. It covered almost all aspects of defense, anti-magic, and attack. There were no blind spots. Andrei even dared to say that this staff alone was comparable to a great wizard. Without a doubt, this was definitely a legendary grade staff, and it might even be a subgod equipment. Especially with the Undying King's magic exorcism effect, as long as the opponent wasn't a legendary mage, it was guaranteed that any defensive magic would be nullified. After fiddling with the staff lovingly for a while, he began to inspect the death meditation robe. In the end, it did not matter if he did not take a look, but when he did, he was really shocked. This gorgeous robe inlaid with gold threads and gemstones was not made from any known cloth. It was woven from the threads extracted from the souls of countless dead people. Although it did not have any physical defense, it was indestructible. As long as one wore it, they would immediately obtain attributes such as a 15% increase in casting speed and a 20% increase in magic resistance. In addition, the wearer's perception and control of magic energy would also be strengthened. When meditating and guiding magic rituals, it would have doubled the effect with half the effort. Without any hesitation, Andrei immediately took off the flame protection robe and put on the death meditation robe. Then, he began to inspect the third equipment, which was the belt made from the skin of the blue dragon. As everyone knew, the blue dragon was the second most terrifying creature among the pentashade evil dragons. Any magical item made from a part of their body would definitely have a resistance to electricity. This belt was no exception. Firstly, the belt had a 50% resistance to electricity. Next, it would provide the wearer with 2 additional points of strength. As it was made from dragon skin, its defensive ability was not bad. At least, +2 weapons would not be able to damage the dragon scales on the surface. Lastly, and also the most terrifying point, any enemy who attacked the wearer would suffer a strong electric rebound. Although the damage was not as great as the level 3 lightning spell, it was definitely not much better. As for the last 2 storage rings, each of them could store 18 units of magic. That was 2 level 9 spells, 3 level 6 spells, 9 level 2 spells, and 18 level 1 spells. In short, as long as it did not exceed the maximum limit, it could be used in any way. During battle, it could be released with just a thought. Although they did not have any attributes, the advantage was that they could be worn together with other magic rings with permanent attribute. There would not be any conflict. After putting on all the powerful magical items neatly, Andrei took a deep breath and gently touched the huge stone statue that was covered in moss. 2 rays of red light were released from the statue's eyes. Then, it greeted in a low voice, "Welcome, stranger. Although I do not know you, you have Master's staff and secret imprint. You may pass." Chapter 1008. After putting one of his hands into the mouth of the statue, Andrei was teleported to a hall filled with strange stone statues in the next second. Needless to say, these statues were the adventurers who had been imprisoned by the undead king for thousands of years. Among them were warriors, mages, warlocks, thieves, rangers, knights, priests, and other mainstream professions. There were also bards, magic archers, paladins, dwarven defenders, shadow dancers, and other rare professions. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of people. Judging from their eyes and expressions, they did not know how they had been petrified until the last moment. Just as Andrei was secretly amazed by the power of the undead king, a steel golem ran over from another place and said in a low, muffled voice, "Hello, stranger who has my master's secret imprint. I am Guardian number 1. Is there anything I can help you with? Please tell me, how can I make these petrified people obey my orders without hurting them?" Without any hesitation, Andrei directly asked the question he was most concerned about. After all, you could not expect things like golems to have high intelligence, so there was no need to beat around the bush. It was better to be direct. It's very simple. There are slave collars in the warehouse. As long as you put it on everyone, they will treat you as a god. No matter what you say, they will not doubt it. Of course, this may cause a certain degree of intellectual damage, but it is nothing compared to loyalty. Guardian number 1 quickly gave the answer. After hearing this answer, André subconsciously shuddered. The names of many evil cults appeared in his mind. However, considering the next plan, he nodded slightly. All right, we'll do as you say. Put the slave collars on everyone and remove their petrification. Hurry up. After you're done, give them something to eat. I'll go somewhere else first. Understood. Guardian number 1 obeys your orders. A light flashed in the ruby eyes of the steel golem, and it quickly began to get busy. André was not interested in the repetitive physical labor. He went straight to the temporary base where the books and magic scrolls were stored. To him, knowledge was the most important thing. Just thinking about the knowledge recorded by a legendary mage was enough to excite him. After passing through the gloomy underground tunnel, André soon arrived at a room that was about 200 square meters in size. It was filled with books and parchment scrolls. Just as he was about to pick up a piece of parchment to read, he suddenly heard an ear-piercing sound. Don't move. Who are you? Why are you allowed to enter my master's room? A black shadow slowly came out from the bottom of the bookshelf and took the shape of a person. It was about 1 meter tall and didn't have a real body. Its 2 eyes were as cold as the ice of the northern wasteland, penetrating one's heart. With the knowledge stored in his mind, André, he instantly realized that this was a monster that should only exist in the shadow plane of the shadow. Their bodies were completely made up of shadow energy. Even if there was only a fingernail-sized shadow on the ground, it could hide in it. Unless it actively showed itself, it was impossible to detect. What was more frightening was that these guys liked to drag the souls of their victims out of their bodies and then pollute them with shadow energy, forcibly turning them into a member of the Shadow Kingdom. Other than positive energy, flames, and other supernatural means, normal physical attacks could hardly cause any harm to them. Demonic shadows were one of the most powerful and terrifying branches of the shadow biological clock. It was said that as long as a mortal was touched, they would instantly turn into a dried corpse under the corrosion of the terrifying energy. There was no need to ask. The one in front of him must have been summoned by the undead king to guard the scrolls and books in the room. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I have this and this. André waved the archmage's staff in his hand and the secret mark on his arm. The demonic shadow seemed to be very afraid of the mark of the undead king and immediately retreated a few steps. Damn it! Get lost. Don't come any closer. Aha! It seems that I've found your weakness. Now I order you to immediately find all the valuable notes, scrolls, and books in this room. Remember, don't play any tricks or I won't mind imprinting this mark on your body. Having said that, André sat down on the chair and stared at the demonic shadow with interest. Even though he had seen many wonderful creatures after becoming a mage, this was the first time he had seen such a special species that was similar to a shadow. His heart was filled with curiosity. As you wish, the demonic shadow was undoubtedly a very intelligent magical creature. Even though it was very unwilling, it had no choice but to do as it was told under threat. It didn't take long for it to pick out about 1% of the thousands of scrolls, books, and manuscripts, and respectfully place them on the table. André casually picked up a book called 107 Ways to Improve the Intelligence of Magic Statues, and flipped through it while asking without batting an eyelid, "How long have you lived in this study?" 1,200 years. A whole 1,200 years. The demonic shadow's tone revealed a strong sense of resentment and unwillingness. As long as it was an intelligent creature, no one would be willing to be locked up in a small space without any contact with the outside world. Even creatures from another world were no exception. However, it was a pity that in front of a cruel and willful mage, most creatures from another world had no choice. They either had to obey or die. There was no other choice. The demonic shadows challenge rating in the Book of Monsters was as high as 12. It was even higher than some young giant dragons, but it still had to crawl at the feet of the undead king to become a librarian. André sensed the strong desire to escape from this place, and deliberately smiled. He put down the book and tempted it. So, do you want to leave this place? Do you want to see what changes have happened in the material world in the past 1,200 years? What do you want? Perhaps it was because it had been tricked once, but the demonic shadow's vigilance was beyond imagination. It's very simple. I need an outstanding spy, and you, who can easily sneak into the shadows, are a good choice. As for the Lich, you don't have to worry. I've already obtained his full authorization. From now on, everything in this base will belong to me, including you. Having said that, André raised his head and stared into the demonic shadow's cold eyes, waiting for a reply. After a long silence, the demonic shadow suddenly let out an ear-piercing shriek and said without hesitation, "All right. As long as I can leave this damned place. I'm willing to be your eyes and ears. Tell me, what kind of magical contract do you want me to sign?" Chapter 1009. No one in this world was truly an idiot, not to mention a monster like the spectre that was known for its treachery, cruelty, and cunning. It did not believe that this human mage would bring it out of this place that was called a study but was actually a prison without any conditions. André smiled and took off the shifting beast ring on his finger, gently placing it on the table. "My conditions are simple. You must be bound to this ring. Without my orders, you are not allowed to show yourself, nor are you allowed to kill ordinary people. Magic crystals had good necromancy properties, and could resist sunlight and positive energy. It was the perfect hiding place for shadow creatures. Humph. I knew a mage wouldn't be so kind. So it's just moving from one prison to another. And this prison is so small. Tell me, human mage, what reason do I have to do this?" The spectre sneered and tried to bargain. "Prison? If a place where you can feel the changes in the outside world, and even occasionally come out to take a breath of fresh air and kill people can be considered a prison, then I have nothing to say." André was not someone to be trifled with, and retorted with a playful look. As mentioned before, he needed a real spy, a spy who would never be discovered by others, an expert who could sneak into any dangerous place at any time to steal information. Although high-level thieves could do this to a certain extent, shadow creatures could do it better and more perfectly. As long as they did not take the initiative to attack, even a great mage would have a hard time discovering them. "You allow me to kill people?" The spectre's voice revealed a trace of surprise. André shrugged with a smile. "Why not? You should know that I have many enemies. You can kill them all and turn their souls into shadow creatures to become your slaves. Don't worry, not only will I not stop you, I will even encourage you. But you must obey my orders." The spectre was moved. To be exact, it had been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years. It was filled with tyrannical emotions, and it longed to use the pain, struggle, and death of mortals to satisfy its thirst for blood. After a few seconds of silence, it immediately tore a small piece of black, sticky substance from its body. It looked like oil spewed out from the ground. "This is my heart. As long as you put it into the gemstone, I will become one with the ring forever, never to be separated again." As a cautious person, André didn't dare to touch this small piece of material directly. Instead, he cast a mage's hand. Before he could even touch it, he instantly felt an indescribable chill. Even though he was half a fire elemental, he couldn't resist it. Without any hesitation, he stood up and carefully placed the heart on the magic crystal. Then, he began to chant loudly. Through the power of transformation magic, he slowly merged the two into one. Of course, this was not without a price. Looking at the painful struggle of the displacement beast in the gem, it was clear that after the fusion was complete, it would probably be transformed into a member of the Shadow World. However, ever since he had the Archmage Staff's dimensional jump, the power of the Shifter Beast Ring was no longer indispensable. That was why Andre ignored the wailing of the soul and continued the ritual. After a full 10 minutes, the black, sticky shadow substance finally disappeared completely. The magic crystal also looked like a lump of black stone that didn't reflect light. In order to prevent the demonic shadow from disobeying his orders in the future, he directly transferred the imprint of the undead king onto the surface of the gem. After a finger mark flashed, the transformation was finally completed. After putting the ring on his finger again, Andre opened his mouth and said, "You can come in now. Remember, from now on, I am your master." Of course, I promise that my power won't disappoint you." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic shadow turned itself into a black line. With a swoosh, it drilled into the gem and disappeared without a trace. Staring at the ring on his finger that was emitting a faint black fog, Andre's lips curled up slightly. He muttered to himself, "Shadow creatures, devils, dark guards, magical plagues. I'm really becoming more and more like an evil boss now." After sweeping away all the valuable books in the room, he returned to the hall filled with statues. After more than half an hour of intense work, a third of the 100 or so stone statues had been removed from their petrified state. They were sitting on the ground, exhausted, eating the food that the magic statues had brought to them. As they had been petrified for too long, many of them had a certain degree of muscle atrophy. They tried to stand up several times, but failed. It was worth noting that everyone wore a purple metal ring around their neck. It was constantly emitting magical energy, interfering with the wearer's thoughts. Some of them even had memory lapses and were hitting their heads hard. A half-elf female with pointed ears suddenly noticed Andre's appearance. She quickly stood up and asked in an uncertain tone, "Leader? Leader? Is that you?" "That's right. It's me. How do you feel? Are you hurt?" Andre pretended to be concerned and reached out his hand, gently stroking the female's slender neck. A hint of a smile that was difficult to detect flashed in his eyes. There was no doubt that the half-elf female's subconscious had been hypnotized, and she had begun to accept the false fact that she was a member of the mercenary group. I'm not so good. I don't have any strength in my body, and my mind is in a mess. I can't even remember your name." The half-elf did not mind this almost invasive caress and shook her head hard. Under the control of the slave collar, she could not raise her guard at all. Even if Andre stripped her naked and did her on the spot, she would gladly accept it. This was the most frightening part of magic. To a certain extent, whether it was these petrified people or magic figures, they were all the undead king's collection to pass the time. Andre was obviously not the kind of person who did not care about anything because of lust. After a little probing, he immediately stopped his further actions and explained with a smile, "Relax, it's fine now. I have already defeated the powerful lich that petrified all of you. Look, this is the evil skull." After saying that, he took out the skull that the undead king had abandoned. The half-elf female seemed to recall something. Her whole body suddenly trembled and she cried out in alarm, Yes, that's it. It's this evil monster that cast such a terrifying spell on me. It's too terrifying." "Shh. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It has already been defeated. You're safe now." Andre hugged the slim half-elf female in his arms and gently comforted her. Relying on his excellent deception skills and the slave collar, he easily brought more than 100 professionals under his control. No one doubted the false memories implanted in their minds. Chapter 1010. As one of the best grade 6 transformation spells, the petrification spell was quite powerful. Even though it didn't deal any direct damage, It could turn an opponent into a stone statue and then smash them with a hammer. In essence, it wasn't much different from killing them. However, most wizards didn't use the petrification spell to kill their enemies. Instead, they wanted to seal them up and keep them as spoils of war, or to satisfy some unspeakable hobby. For example, a long time ago, a powerful wizard had failed to confess to a certain kingdom's princess. In his fury, he had charged into the princess's room and turned her into a stone statue, taking her back and molesting her every now and then. It wasn't until an adventurer under the king's orders had charged in and killed him that the incident came to an end. Evidently, the undying king had imprisoned so many adventurers who had broken into his temporary base not for the sake of molesting them, but because he felt that they could be of use one day. As such, every one of these 100 or so people had outstanding skills. Even though their professions weren't higher than rank 10, they were well coordinated. A third of them were melee fighters, a third were spellcasters and ranged archers, and the rest were support professions such as bards and thieves. Together, they could easily form an elite mercenary group. They could even fight a regular army without any problems. Of course, because the petrification spell had lasted for so long, many of them needed some time to recover their strength. According to conservative estimates, it would take at least a month for everyone to recover. Evidently, Andrei didn't have that much time to wait. After some consideration, he used the teleportation gate in the base to send everyone to a wilderness near the Canteru kingdom. He also appointed the female half-elf called She-Node as the vice-leader, allowing her to move freely around the area. After all, with the false memories and the double guarantee of the slave collar, he wasn't afraid of betrayal at all. In order to ensure that these people could survive this period of weakness, Andrei left behind around 50,000 gold coins as starting capital. He believed that with the strength of all these professionals, it wouldn't take long for them to become a famous mercenary group in this area. After settling everything, he returned to the base and emptied out all the valuable items left behind by the undead king, including the 6 steel golems, including Guardian No. 1. Although the creator of these lumps of metal was the undying king, considering that he had fused with the Mind Flayer's main brain, there was no need to worry too much about him suddenly reclaiming control. They could use them without worry. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to bring a large amount of resources back to the castle, Andrei wouldn't even let go of the portal itself. This was because the item held by the undying king wasn't an ordinary item. The gate embedded with over 1,000 gems could not only carry out error-free teleportation in the material world, but it could also carry out interplanar teleportation. Just the coordinates recorded on the gate exceeded 2,000, covering every corner of the universe. For Andrei, who longed to explore the unknown, this was simply an irresistible temptation. But it was a pity that transporting this thing wasn't as easy as other items. According to the theory that teleportation portals couldn't compress space, one would have to walk, run, or fly to carry it back to Linton City. Anyway, teleportation definitely wouldn't work. Bringing along the 6 magic statues, a large number of precious books, and valuable resources, Andrei stepped through the portal and instantly appeared in the Tower of the Association of Mages. Due to the presence of the steel magic statues, the alarm system in the Mage Tower was triggered as soon as he entered the portal. The guild master Boris took less than 5 seconds to appear at the door fully armed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately dumbfounded. After a full minute, he opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Did you just rob the lair of a powerful spellcaster?" Glancing at the magic statues behind him that were carrying a large bag, Andrei smiled and nodded. "In a sense, yes. Master, I would like to borrow the energy of the tower to create something. What do you think?" "No problem. As long as it doesn't exceed 30% of the total storage of the tower, I can give you this authority." The guild master agreed without even thinking. With the current relationship between the two of them, there was no need to bargain with such a small request. Stretching his somewhat sore body, André couldn't help but yawn. Thank you very much. Please give me a room. I'm afraid I'll have to spend a long time in the Mage Tower. Boris thought for a moment and immediately pointed to the ceiling above him. Go to the 4th room on the right of the 2nd floor. Not only does it have a full set of experimental equipment, it's also close to the library. It can satisfy all your needs. Not bad. As a reward, I'll now give you the secret of eternal life that I promised you. Whether you choose to turn yourself into an undead or use this magic to seize a new body in the future, I sincerely hope that you'll be able to go further on the path of arcane magic. Having said that, André took out a scroll from the scroll box and gently stuffed it into the other party's arms. He then turned and walked towards the 2nd floor with the magic statues. Ever since he became a level 12 mage, he had quickly finished deciphering the spell book of the necromancer Francis and found a level 7 arcane spell called Soul Erosion. Although the name sounded very grand, it was actually an improved version of the level 5 arcane spell, Magic Soul Pot. The latter's function was to abandon the physical body and transfer the soul into a gem or crystal. Once the target was found, it would silently invade the spiritual world and drive the original owner of the body into the gem or crystal. When the body grew old or was about to die, the soul would shrink back and look for the next target. Strictly speaking, this was also one of the methods of eternal life. However, the evil Francis had improved this spell. He changed the imprisonment into devouring. This way, his soul would become stronger with each devouring, becoming harder and harder to resist. An ordinary person's will would collapse the moment they came into contact with it. Eternal life. Boris sighed emotionally and hurriedly opened the scroll with trembling hands. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Although he had already obtained a vampire just in case, it was best not to use it. After all, although vampires seemed powerful in the eyes of many, they also had many weaknesses. This was especially so in the eyes of mages. There were no less than 10 ways to easily kill them. Without any hesitation, the Archmage, who was about to reach the end of his life, quickly returned to his room and began to study the spell on the scroll. He had long been impatient to abandon this old body and change into a young, intelligent, and energetic body.